I am pleased to welcome you again with us. Thank you for being with us. I would like to invite my colleague, Nancy Masala, to do the General Conference announcement. And we are pleased to have with us today, Dr. Ismahan Lawifi, who is our chair for the day. I will give the floor to Dr. Ismahan in a few minutes. We will just allow 5 minutes, to Nancy to make the general announcement. Thank you very much, and talk to you. Over to you, Nancy.
Thank you, Nabu. Greetings, everyone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for attending the second day of the RISACS Annual Conference. My name is Nancy Masala, Administrative and Events Coordinator at AKADEMIYA2063. To begin with, please note that all the sessions of the conference are recorded. The records will be available on our YouTube page, and links to all necessary information related to the conference and its outputs will be shared with you after the conference. During the meeting, simultaneous interpretation in French and English will be provided for all the sessions except for the parallel symposia, which will be held later in the day today. To have access to the interpretation, you will need to use a desktop, as this option is not available on mobile phones and tablets. The interpretation icon is located at the bottom of your screens. We recommend you use headphones for a better result in terms of sound, both for you and for the audience. Sound and connection quality cannot be optimum on a phone. However, if the use of headphones is not possible, we kindly ask you to speak directly into your laptop. To enable interpretation, interpreters will need to capture all that is said by the speakers in order to provide the most accurate interpretation to the audience. We ask those who will take the floor to please talk clearly at a low pace and to articulate. When joining the conference, by default, you will be redirected to the English channel. Participants are asked to choose the preferred language, channel, English or French at the beginning of the meeting. They do not need to switch channel throughout the session. The interpreters will be the ones moving from one channel to the other. Participants on a channel other than the original will hear both a presenter at a much lower volume and the interpreter at a higher volume. In such cases, the original audio can be temporarily muted to only hear the translation. Participants are requested to turn off their camera and to mute their mics all times unless they have the floor. For any comments during the conference, kindly use the Zoom chat box you have on the left side of your screen, and please start your sentence with the word question or comment for one or the other, followed by your name, your position, and your institution. For any questions or comments after the conference, please feel free to address them to us by mail at conference@akademiya2063.org or to your points of contact. If you have not yet done so, kindly register to your preferred symposium that will be held simultaneously today. The link to register has been sent to you in your mailboxes. I believe I have covered every item. For any additional information or update, we will address them in the chat box all throughout the day. Pour notre audience francophone, distingués invités, mesdames et messieurs, nous vous remercions d'avoir participé à la deuxième journée de la conférence annuelle du RISACS. Je m'appelle Nancy Masala, coordinatrice et événementielle à AKADEMIYA2063. Pour commencer, veuillez noter que toutes les sessions à la conférence sont enregistrées. Les enregistrements seront disponibles sur notre page YouTube et des liens vers toutes les informations nécessaires relatives à la conférence et les résultats seront partagés avec vous après la conférence. Si vous m'avez entendu pendant mon intervention tout à l'heure, c'est que vous êtes dans le canal anglais. Pendant la réunion, une interprétation simultanée en français et en anglais sera assurée pour toutes les sessions, à l'exception des symposiums parallèles qui se tiendront plus tard dans la journée. Pour avoir accès à l'interprétation, vous devrez utiliser un ordinateur de bureau, car cette option n'est pas disponible sur les téléphones mobiles et les tablettes. L'icône interprétation est située en bas de vos écrans. Nous vous recommandons d'utiliser des écouteurs pour un meilleur résultat en termes de son, à la fois pour vous et pour le public. La qualité du son et la connexion ne peut pas être optimale sur un téléphone. Cependant, si l'utilisation d'un casque n'est pas possible, nous vous prions de bien vouloir parler directement dans votre ordinateur portable pour permettre aux interprètes de capturer tout ce qui est dit par les orateurs afin de fournir l'interprétation la plus précise au public. Nous demandons à ceux qui prendront la parole de bien vouloir parler clairement, à faible rythme et d'articuler. Lorsque vous rejoignez la conférence par défaut, vous serez redirigé vers la chaîne anglaise. Les participants sont invités à choisir leur langue préférée, soit anglais ou français, au début de la réunion. Ils n'ont pas besoin de changer de canal tout au long de la session. Les interprètes seront ceux qui passeront d'un canal à l'autre. Les participants sur un canal autre que l'original entendront à la fois le présentateur à un volume beaucoup plus faible et l'interprète à un volume beaucoup plus élevé. Dans de tels cas, l'audio original peut être temporairement coupé pour n'entendre que la traduction. Les participants sont priés d'éteindre leur caméra et de rester muets à tout moment, à moins qu'ils n'aient la parole. Pour toute question ou commentaire pendant la conférence, veuillez utiliser la boîte de dialogue Zoom que vous avez sur le côté gauche de votre écran. Veuillez commencer votre phrase par le mot question ou commentaire.
Nancy, I think we can start now because of translation in French. Time is running out. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So back to you, Nab.
Thank you, Nancy. Dr. Isman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Good morning. Depends where you are. Welcome to the second day of the 2020 RISAX annual conference titled Sustaining Africa's Agri-Food System Transformation, the Role of Public Policy. I have really a pleasure to be with you today and to chair the third session on policies for competitive and sustainable agricultural production system. For those of you that were with us yesterday and for those that are joining us right now, I think there is no better way than to hear a recap of what happened yesterday. And for that, I would like to call Mrs. Titi Makombe, the Director of International External Relations at AKADEMIYA2063, to give us a brief recap of what happened yesterday and what should we be aware of as we are going through the program of today. Mrs. Titi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of the 2020 RISAX annual conference. So I'm going to start us off today by giving a recap of what happened yesterday on Tuesday, November 4, and also I'll outline briefly our program for day 2. If we can go to the next slide, thank you. So first, our conference objectives. One is for us to discuss the research evidence and recommendations presented in the 2020 Annual Trends and Outlook Report, the ATOR. Another objective for us is to review lessons and necessary actions in ensuring sustainable and resilient agri-food systems in Africa. We'll also evaluate the status of CAADP implementation and progress toward achieving key goals and targets. And lastly, another conference objective is for us to assess progress in promoting mutual accountability through the CAADP biannual review process. The last 2 objectives will be largely covered tomorrow. So in terms of a recap for day 1, well, we had the official opening of the 2020 RISAX conference. We had 4 distinguished speakers who presented their remarks, including Her Excellency Commissioner Sako from the African Union Commission. She highlighted the fact that this conference is happening during a global pandemic and that it provided an opportunity for us to reflect and adjust and also to examine our current policy ecosystem. Dr. Daniel Resnick, who's a lead co-editor of the 2020 ATOR, gave an overview of what's in the report and basically highlighted some of the key messages coming out of the report, including the need to adopt a holistic agenda across the entire agri-food system. She also highlighted the need to embrace nuance for more effective policy targeting. She highlighted the need to invest in accountable policy systems. We had a very engaging high-level panel discussion with 3 panelists that included Mrs. Elizabeth Simadala, the president of the Pan-African Farmers Organization. She noted the need or at least the importance of farmers to have access to producer organizations, and she called for a holistic approach to value chain development. We also had panelists from the African Development Bank, Dr. Atsuko Toda, as well as Dr. Simeon Ehu from the World Bank. The two panelists highlighted some of the work that their institutions are doing to support agri-food systems in Africa, from really leveraging private and public sector investments for agriculture to supporting market infrastructure, all the way to helping to create an enabling environment for farmers and private sector. Yesterday, we had the opportunity to get a flavor of some of the chapters in the 2020 ATO. Dr. Usman Badian presented a chapter that shows the evolution of agricultural policies over the last 5 decades. He reminded us of the need to learn from our past policy mistakes, but he also showed how better policies have led to a decade-long period of economic recovery in Africa. The other 2 chapters that were presented was one on macroeconomic policies. That chapter highlighted the need for pro-agricultural macroeconomic policies. And we also had a chapter on mutual accountability that really showed that mutual accountability processes, such as the biennial review and joint sector reviews, they provide a platform that triggers the actions that support agricultural transformation. The last 2 chapters on macroeconomic policy and mutual accountability received very stimulating feedback from 2 discussants. We also had an opportunity to have 2 plenary discussions yesterday, and they were quite engaging, with participants sharing very insightful comments and remarks that range from the need to prioritize policies to the need to hear and include the voices of small farmers, small and medium enterprises in policy and investment discussions, all the way to the need to reconcile technical and political objectives to help drive policies. Next slide, thank you. So now, in terms of today, our day 2 program, we are currently in plenary session 3 with the theme of looking at policies for competitive and sustainable agricultural production systems. We are going to have presentations of 4 chapters in the ATO. These chapters focus on agricultural mechanization, irrigation, seed and fertilizer policies. Each chapter will be presented for 10 minutes by the lead author. The presentations will be followed by comments from discussants for each chapter. Each discussant will have 5 minutes. Then after discussants have shared their comments, we'll then open up the floor for all our participants to have an opportunity to share their comments, feedback, and questions. So plenary session 3 is going to happen in 2 parts. So after those 2 parts are done, we're going to take a break. This break was initially scheduled in the agenda as a 55-minute break, but due to time differences and also being a little later in the day for our colleagues in East and Southern Africa, we're going to adjust this break to about perhaps 15 or 20 minutes. So after that break, we'll move into plenary session 4, which will focus on policies for inclusive development of modern food value chains. Here we'll have 3 presentations on 3 chapters in the report. One that looks at the midstream segments of the value chain, another one looking at producer organizations and collective action, and a third one looking at food safety risks. These 3 chapters will also have discussants for each chapter, and then we'll open up the floor for a plenary discussion. Next slide, thank you. In the later part of today, we are going to have 2 parallel policy symposium. The first symposium is focused on looking at the 2021 United Nations Food Systems Summit, its relevance for Africa and African perspectives. The second symposium will look at lessons and actions for effectively rebuilding Africa's agri-food systems following the COVID-19 pandemic. So in terms of structure, for each of these symposiums, we are going to have a keynote address of about 15 to 10 minutes. Each keynote address will receive comments from a lead discussant for 5 minutes each. And then each symposium will end with opening up the floor for participants to share their feedback, comments, and questions. Next slide, thank you. Lastly, I'll just end by reminding you that one of the things we did yesterday was to launch the 2020 ATO. So the full report, the various chapters, the individual chapters, and also we have 2 synopses in English and French. They are now available on our various websites, including the RISAX conference website, the IFPRI and Academia websites. So we encourage you, when you get a chance, to take a look at these chapters and reports. Some of you have asked about conference presentations. So we're happy to say we're going to be making available all the presentations you're going to be hearing throughout this conference. We'll make them available on our conference website soon after the conference. We welcome you and encourage you to share conference deliberations and your views on social media using our conference hashtags 2020 ATO or hashtag 2020 Resource Conference, also hashtag agri-food systems, hashtag transformation. So with that, I'll end it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Titi, for giving us a recap of yesterday, reminding us how to have a proper food system transformation, which I think we are all walking towards. And with the pandemic of COVID-19, I think it was like an incentive to even think about it, do it quick, but do it right. And that's where having lesson learned from the past mistakes will help us very much to design really a proper system. Today, going to be really rich discussions. So without any further ado, let's really dive in the first presentation with Dr. Hiroyuki Takeshima, a senior research fellow from IFPRI, who's going to be giving us an interesting case study from Ghana on recent mechanization intervention. Over to you, Dr. Hiroyuki, and you have, my dear, 10 minutes to take us through your presentation. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everyone. My name is Hiro Takeshima. My presentation will be covering mechanization chapter. This was a joint work with Dr. Shinshen Dial of IFPRI and engineer Patrick Abwarge of Minister for Food and Agriculture in Ghana. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This chapter was guided by the following questions. First, public sector's roles on the supply side of mechanization received relatively limited attention in the past, but why is it gaining importance now? And is it because of the demand? Has the demand for mechanization changed in Africa? And if the demand has been rising, how is the nature of emerging demand justifying the government's interventions for mechanization? And lastly, how is African government taking up this challenge? On the last point, I will briefly talk about Ghana's experience. Next slide, please. One indicator of a rising demand for mechanization is the farming system intensification. This figure shows that how one indicator of farming system, which is the share of agricultural area that is actually cultivated, has been rising, and higher the share is, the shorter the fallow period, which induced the demand for mechanization. And correspondingly, many African countries, especially in the West African countries, have seen significant spread of intermediate mechanization, such as animal traction, suggesting that the demand for mechanization for tractors are really rising in these countries. Next slide, please. So the demand for mechanization in Africa has been rising due to 2 factors: the rising farming system intensification and economic transformation, urbanization, and rising labor cost. But the demand, this rising demand in Africa has some unique characteristics. First, the demand has been rising among smallholders, and the demand has also been highly seasonal due to dominance of the rain-fed system in African continent. The demand for higher horsepower tractors, there is a stronger preference for higher horsepower tractors, even among four-wheel tractors. There is also high demand for first plowing, but relatively rapidly declining demand for harrowing or additional land preparation work, and the generally low demand for multifunctional use of tractors or machines. And lastly, there is a sense of urgency by the international community and African community that this rising demand for mechanization has to be met quickly. And all these factors provide justification for the government intervention in mechanization. Next slide, please. In the past, several policies and interventions were used. In the 1960s through 80s, demand was mostly narrow-based, and during this period, a lot of focus was on a direct operation of hiring schemes by the government, but there was insufficient support for institutions. In the 1980s through 2000s, support for mechanization was generally downscaled, although there was some shift toward the draft animal. The recent interventions included trade import policies, financing policies, license registration and testing policies, and R&D. But one of the important feature of recent intervention is the support for private sector run custom hiring service centers supported by concessional loan support. Next slide, please. In fact, many African countries have took this approach through the concessional loans from India, Brazil, China, and some countries like Czech Republic. Oftentimes, governments in these countries agree that the private sector should meet most of the rising demand for mechanization, but they also think that the public sector intervention can be justified to meet the demand for farms that are not reached by the private sector. However, in reality, it remains unclear whether the public sector achieved these goals. Next slide, please. From here, I will briefly talk about the Ghana's experience. Before 2000, Ghana's mechanization support mostly happening before the structural adjustment program period focused on promotion of state farms and state-supported tractor hiring schemes. The support for mechanization re-emerged in 2000s. And one of the feature was Agricultural Mechanization Service Enterprise Centers, AMSEC. The phase one of AMSEC started in 2007. This was one of the four main pillars under the agricultural development strategies promoted by MOFA. 89 centers were set up by 2011 using concessional loans from Export-Import Bank of India. Tractors like Farm Truck, John Deere, Mahindra were brought in. And the government support in AMSEC was mostly indirect through loans and subsidies. And this was different from tractor hiring unit in the past, which the government directly was involved in the management of the program of the centers. Next slide, please. Major lessons from the phase one of AMSEC are the following. Generally, there were low machine utilization rate and low profitability, and these factors led to the lower loan repayment rate to the government. Major constraints were short peak season and limited area coverage, limited use other than land preparation. Also, many AMSEC centers had a large tractor fleet, and also there were insufficient parts, repairs, maintenance, and weak after sales support and operating skills. Lastly, brand specificity also led to the rigidity of the supply chain for spare parts. Next slide, please. The second phase of AMSEC, which started in 2016, had made several improvements based on the lessons from AMSEC 1. The AMSEC Phase 2 took advantage of Brazilian concessional loans. Following improvements were made. First, although under AMSEC 1, centers were required to purchase at least 5 tractors, AMSEC 2 dropped this restriction and opened the offer to all would-be buyers at the same price. More focus was also made on maintenance. For example, AMSEC 2 provided free scheduled tractor maintenance servicing at 1,000 engine hours or 1 year of use. Mobile workshop vans were also provided, and also provided spare parts for 2 years through arrangements with Brazilian manufacturers. Focus was also made on improving knowledge and skills. The program provided mandatory training to the first-time buyers. They also focused on multiple uses of the tractors, providing complementary equipment that can work with the tractors. And the program also diversified the tractor brand options, providing more options to interested service providers. There are certain measures that can be used to further improve the program. For example, demand by smallholders can be aggregated, and the benefits of complete tillage, not only plowing, but also harrowing, reaping can be demonstrated, and training can continue to be upgraded and modified. Next slide, please. To conclude, the demand for mechanization in Africa has risen and continued to evolve. And this evolving nature really provide justifications for government's intervention on the supply side. And the government supply side intervention is justified if addressing market failures and avoiding government failures. Lastly, the Ghanaian experience showed that the promoting customer hiring service enterprise may be one politically feasible policy option, and addressing market failures and government failures within this program setup remains important. Program designs can be modified in various dimensions, but also importantly, different countries have its own unique challenges, and the program has to be customized to best suit each country's condition. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Takeshima. And stay with us tuned for the question at the end of the session. Now we're going to move to our second presentation from Dr. Claudia Ringler, Deputy Division Director, Environment Production Technology with IFPRI, to give us a presentation on irrigation to transform agriculture and food system in Africa south of the Sahara. The floor is yours, Dr. Claudia, and for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. This presentation and paper were developed by colleagues from IFPRI, myself, and Dr. Moore from the Africa Union Commission. Next slide, please. Irrigation is a key piece of agriculture machinery, and as such forms an important component of agricultural transformation, and arguably its importance is growing substantially. Core elements of irrigation as part of an agricultural transformation strategy include that it supports production in areas of seasonally or annually limited rainfall. And of course, we see lots of that in Africa, south of the Sahara, actually the highest intra-annual variability in precipitation anywhere. Irrigation, of course, de-risks production in areas with less certain rainfall, which is basically everywhere. And finally, irrigation improves yields 30 to 60%, but really irrigation is only one component of this improvements. We also need complementary inputs such as seeds, fertilizers, crop protection, and sustainable land management. With all of that, irrigation can have important multiplier benefits, such as growing ag processing units, of course, also tractors, as we've heard, overall accelerated rural infrastructure, improved nutrition, incomes, and jobs, but only if we proactively work towards those. Next slide, please. Similar to tractors, but actually even more so, irrigation plays out very differently in different parts of Africa due to the different climatic realities. In North Africa, water resources are extremely limited and food production without irrigation is equally limited. As such, most resources have been developed or are being overdrafted. Central Africa is pretty much the opposite, with favorable climate for production, and irrigation is not a key intervention. And the remaining regions fall in between these two water availability extremes. This table also makes it clear, I hope, that there is a large potential to expand irrigation in much of sub-Saharan Africa with a sustainable economic potential of at least a further 20 million hectares. Next slide, please. However, irrigation development has been low in Africa for various reasons, such as land abundance, staple crops that a priori do not depend on water control, among others, but low public investments in the sector and in the agriculture sector in general have been the key reason for the low irrigated areas that we have just seen in a previous slide. An indication of this low development is the very low and highly variable World Bank investment in irrigation in sub-Saharan Africa. It only reached the $0.2 billion mark in 2007. And cumulative investments across all of sub-Saharan Africa in all years has never reached the irrigation investment levels that India has received, for example, the support from the bank. Basically there are many billions of World Bank irrigation loans went. And you can see there has certainly been an improvement in the last couple of years if you look at the columns here. So how have farmers dealt with this low public investment? They have had to cope with water stress instead by focusing on conservation agriculture, rainwater harvesting, and with the advent of cheaper well drilling technology and affordable individual water pumps, have started to develop irrigation on their own. In more than half of Africa's countries, small-scale irrigation developed by farmers themselves occupies now larger areas than publicly supported systems. Next slide, please. But even those small systems need public support to reduce challenges related to equity and sustainability. In 2019, the African Union Commission published a framework for irrigation development and agricultural water management that recognizes all forms of agricultural water use, which are listed here. The key challenge will be the appropriate implementation into national agriculture investment plans. The Africa Union Commission Irrigation Framework considers a series of cross-cutting issues, and these can be summarized in the principles that are listed here. Those include that irrigation needs to be one component of integrated water resources planning to ensure that other uses are adequately considered. And resource management functions need to be separated from sector management. There also has to be a closed financing loop. Irrigation cannot be a permanent drain on national resources, financial resources, of course. Thus, beneficiaries need to share in the cost of irrigation, operations, and maintenance. It is also crucial that women and men farmers are directly involved in irrigation development and management, and this involvement includes their recognition of secure water rights. Next slide, please. Institutions also need to support improved equity and ensure environmental sustainability. On equity, the graph that you see here on the right shows the hours spent on irrigation in northern Ghana, we are the same country, by women and men by type of technology. Clearly, buckets and watering cans listed under traditional methods would not be in use if family labor would be valued at market prices. At the same time, it is clear that women's access to and use of motor pumps is limited. A solar operator in a presentation I listened into recently mentioned that approximately 75% of solar pumps in Kenya were purchased by men, but they didn't keep account, so it might well be more. Small-scale irrigation and advanced irrigation technologies are mostly managed by younger, richer men. This has been widely demonstrated, including in Ghana. The age issue is not so much a worry, but the dominance of advanced technologies by men is, particularly for technology that relates to water, given women's unique needs for water beyond productive uses in the domestic sphere. Considering women in irrigation would require not only improving their access to information on irrigation and access to the technologies, but also ensuring that they can use these technologies and benefit from the proceeds of irrigation. Adequate consideration of women can directly support nutrition as well. Next slide, please. On the sustainability front, irrigation consumes around 85% of all withdrawn water, but its availability is more or less constant across years. This is juxtaposed with rapidly growing population and economic growth, as well as climate change, that are all putting more and more pressure on available water resources. In addition to quantity challenges, irrigation also pollutes water resources through poor application of agrochemicals, salinization of soils, but also due to poor livestock manure management. The latter issue is not yet an issue in Africa, but it certainly is a growing concern. Among the disruptive technologies, solar irrigation will likely increase dramatically in areas with poor electricity access and high fuel cost, and will reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But it will likely also accelerate water depletion unless appropriate institutions are introduced. Next slide, please. This slide, my final slide, summarizes the key public investments that are needed for irrigation to truly transform African agricultural systems. The first point is to measure and monitor irrigation and pollution. Countries right now do not know how much irrigation is taking place. This makes it impossible to govern or advise on irrigation. Current pollution measurements are largely project-based and cannot be used for planning and enforcement of pollution guidelines that generally do exist. Second, consider the unique country conditions when implementing the irrigation framework of the Africa Union Commission and national agriculture investment plans. There is no one-size-fits-all irrigation technology or institution. Third, accelerate irrigation development through linkage with energy. It is clear that irrigation is an important productive user of electricity, and joint development can increase multiplier benefits. Fourth, strengthen water and related institutions to support the sustainability and the equity of irrigation development. Irrigation poses high risks to the environment. Those can be dramatically reduced through co-development of irrigation institutions. No irrigation should be supported without considering its governance. Fifth, strengthen the benefits such as incomes, improved nutrition that can be gained from irrigation. Much has been written recently on how to strengthen the nutrition benefits of irrigation, ranging from bringing in health experts into scheme development to reduce risk of malaria and schistosomiasis, collecting indicators on nutrient-dense crops and diversity of crops irrigated, ensuring that nutrition education accompanies irrigation rollout, among others. Focusing on advanced technologies where feasible and ensuring access to affordable credit can also accelerate irrigation development. Finally, enabling irrigation for all is not meant to mean that every farmer in Africa should become an irrigator. The water resources are simply not there. We estimate that there are sufficient resources for 12% of all farmers in Africa, or 74 million people in rural areas, to directly benefit from water pumps, for example. It does not mean that every farmer should have access to irrigation or try to irrigate, but every farmer who has access to sustainable irrigation sources should be equipped to develop these resources, regardless of their gender, wealth, and political access. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Claudia, for finishing just on time and to make the last statement around sustainability. Highly appreciated. Now we're gonna move to our discussant. And for the discussant, we have two colleagues. We're gonna start first with Professor Noble Banada, Professor and Chair of the Department of Agriculture and Biosystem Engineering in Makerere University. Professor Noble, you have 5 minutes, please, for your comments based on what you have heard from both Dr. Takeshima and Dr. Ringler. Over to you, please. Professor Noble, are you with us?
He's been having connection issues.
So maybe we will start with Dr. Asefa Admasi, if he's available. So Dr. Asefa Admasi is a lecturer, Department of Economics in Addis Ababa University, If you don't mind, Dr. Asefa, to start first while we are connecting Dr. Noble. Over to you, Dr. Asefa.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to everyone. I would like to take this opportunity to thank academia for inviting me to reflect on this very important topic for agricultural development and food security initiatives in Africa. I am not going to provide an academic comment on the paper on irrigation by Claudia. It's also good. It's also nice to touch base with Claudia, my former colleague. I think the report has covered, a very important topic for agricultural development. And what I would like to do is simply re-emphasize and underscore some of the points that Claudia has raised. Well, in my opinion, the report has considered three or four important questions. First, why irrigation is important for agricultural development and food security in sub-Saharan Africa. I think this is one of the first points that the report has dwelt very well. And I think the report has emphasized this situation by bringing in several rationales why irrigation is a very important intervention for agricultural development in Africa. First, I think we know that most of the agricultural development in Africa is exclusively rain-fed, and in most cases we only have one growing season, and therefore, and rainfall is very erratic. And due to this, I think the report has correctly, argued that irrigation is important and useful for improving food security in Africa. In addition, in view of the increasing climate change that is happening in the overall, from which Africa is also being, affected, I think irrigation is becoming very, very useful intervention. And there are a number of studies that shows that, as Claudia correctly pointed out, that productivity can be enhanced if farmers are able to use irrigation. I think I don't want to go into the specific points that have been raised into this issue, but I would like to raise some concrete empirical examples that have been done in Africa and that have really tried to quantify the benefits of irrigation development. One study showed that by exploiting the small-scale irrigation potential across sub-Saharan Africa, we could get an additional net revenue of between $14 and $22 billion per year. That's a huge amount, and this could directly benefit up to 370 million people on the continent. In addition, access to small-scale irrigation is estimated to, double, crop production like maize or paddy and what have you. There are also a number of studies that shows that irrigation development can really lower the import dependency of cereals from abroad. That is also another advantage. If we look at some country-specific studies, for instance, according to a study that was done in 2018 in Benin, about 60% of irrigation farmers were food secured, compared to about 46% who have been practicing rain-fed agriculture. Another study in Ghana, again, a very recent one, shows that adoption of small-scale irrigation could increase net income by up to 600%. That's a huge amount. And the adoption of treadle pump irrigation in Malawi increased, for instance, according to one study, net profits by up to 6%, or 6 times, I'm sorry, up to 6 times. There are a number of other studies.
Dr. Assefa, just 1 minute to conclude, doctor, please.
So these are some of the points that have been raised, and I think the report has clearly underscored the importance or the potential that irrigation has in Africa, and the policy readiness is also there. But I would like to conclude by, pointing 2-3 things apart from the concerns that Claudia raised with regard to, the way forward. So apart from the environmental and equity concerns, I think investing in water infrastructure is not sufficient for African smallholder farms. We need, comprehensive support package for smallholders, which includes, extension services, input, supply, market development, and many other things. And secondly, financing irrigation activities is also important. And in this case, if I may, just one minute, because irrigation is a public good, and because of this character, the importance of the private sector is important, but the private sector alone cannot do the job. So public-private partnership would be very, very useful in this process. And finally, if Claudia could comment on because many rivers in Africa are transboundary, and these are usually source of conflict rather than cooperation. So I think what should be done is one area that I would like Claudia to reflect on. And secondly, water is not an infinite resource, and so depletion is very high. So what are your views on this aspect? And salinity is a major environmental challenge when we practice irrigation. So what kind of management systems should African countries follow to reduce this challenge? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Dr. Admassi, for your comment as a discussant. Now I saw the name that we have with us, Dr. Noble Banada. Dr. Banada, if you could please give us your comment on the 2 presentations in 5 minutes, please.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Banada, we hear you very well. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, my internet was on and off. I enjoyed reading this paper. I'm going to discuss it from different perspectives. One, I think there was a mix-up from the mechanization point of view. And normally many researchers use the 2 words synonymously. Mechanization and tractorization, these are 2 different things. So I think, and even when I read further into the paper, I saw that the focus was on mechanization, not tractor use. But later in the discussion, the focus was more on the tractor use. I think also the other thing, before I go to the positives, the other thing when I read about sustainable agricultural production systems, I think that wasn't so much emphasized in the paper. I wanted to read more about mechanization of, for example, nutrient loop cycles in agriculture. How do we cross them? How do we make sure that our nutrient mining in agriculture, in African agriculture, is more sustainable? How can we make use of our waste using mechanization? And even another very interesting topic, matchmaking. How do we connect the farmers? How do we connect the farmers with the raw materials? For example, cow dung or any other kinds of manure. How do we connect to the farmers who don't have? Another thing which I thought was critical was the paper on the next page, on page 2, focused, correctly said that the small-scale farmers are very many, they are the majority in sub-Saharan Africa, but the discussion also kind of didn't talk about the mechanization solutions for small-scale farmers in Africa. I think that is a very good a very good entry point we could also talk about. Now, the other thing which the paper correctly said, there is a high demand for high horsepower tractors in Africa, but there is a reason for that. The types of soils we have in Africa are different from, for example, the soils in Asia. Our soils tend to be more rich in water, and they really need a lot of power. And then, of course, also issues of terrain. They also discussed, much as the paper was talking about Ghana, but the paper kind of also talked about Nigeria, policies in Nigeria, policies also in East Africa, in Uganda, where I am. They also talked about the effects of political instability, how it has done and how that has been addressed. As I come to the end, I think also this paper could also have highlighted the opportunities we have in Africa and some of the missed, I call them the missed calls. The missed calls in terms of how instead of Africa depending on Brazil and all these examples they gave, how can Africa develop its own foundry, technical skills to support mechanization? The story seems to be a bit different in East Africa. I don't know whether they dug the difference. They dug the difference mainly in East and Southern Africa. For example, in East Africa, tractor hiring is a very lucrative business. I can give an example. In Uganda, the private sector is not paying for tractor hiring services. The individual farmers are paying. In Uganda, we normally, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, the rates are on average $80 to $100 per acre hiring, tilling your land. So I think people can afford. Largely, we are having increase in large, medium and large scale farmers with opening up and stability in Southern Sudan, for example. There's demand for food and more people are also cashing in that. I think also the paper probably was written before the effect of COVID. I think also COVID has impacted mechanization. I think the paper was more or less well written. I agree with the models they talked about. Here in Uganda, Massey Ferguson, New Holland are the biggest brands, and Kenya and Tanzania, I think. Those are, and all the way up to Southern Africa. I thank you for your attention. A paper well written. I think those are the missing links to make it stronger. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Banada. With this, we're gonna open the floor for question and answers for about 20 minutes. Mariama, how am I supposed to know who wanna ask a question?
We are going to allow those who have raised their hands, we will allow them the mic. And we also have received some written questions. Dr. Ringler has started discussions in the chat box.
Okay, so let's start with if we have any raised hand so far to address it. If not, we can start with one of the written question. I saw one on, maybe I could start with that. I saw one on the livestock, and this is mostly to Dr. Claudia. The question talks about that you might not have addressed livestock and life keepers and how irrigation might affect their lifestyle and their livelihood, and also irrigation for forages and fodder and pasture to support livestock in Africa.
Yeah, happy to respond to that. I just typed something in. I agree that I should have mentioned in the chapter that there are growing conflicts between livestock herders and irrigators, especially during ENSO events, more climate extreme events. So that's something that's not going to go away. But at the same time, we have seen some solutions. In some clans in northern Kenya and so forth, they've diversified from being only pastoralists to having part of the family becoming irrigators. So to diversify their own production risks, because we know livestock production is very income sources are very climate dependent, of course, grazing source dependent. And so by diversifying incomes in the dry season through actually having their own irrigated crops and irrigated areas, with part of the family doing that and part of the family staying pastoralist. So that has really helped families to get through some of the droughts. The other point, there's many types of livestock holders, so not only pastoralists, but we have a lot of sedentary livestock holders, so mixed crop livestock systems. And what we have seen in Ethiopia is that irrigated fodder production is becoming a significant income source, new value chains, where actually women have some considerable roles, both in growing irrigated fodder and selling irrigated fodder. So that's not for home consumption, so to say, of animals that these households own, but it's really for sale, and it has become quite profitable and quite productive. So the conflicts are there, not going away, but there are also solutions. And obviously, yeah, we could talk for a very long time about pastoralist challenges. I guess another book. Do you want me to respond to Asefa's comments as well?
Yes, please go ahead. Maybe you mentioned the comments, so everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, what I remember, and Asefa has made an excellent point, transboundary water resources is a key challenge in Africa, I mean, as elsewhere. And it's always a challenge when water resources are scarce. It's not so much a challenge when resources have not yet been developed or are abundant. And, what the solutions elsewhere, and I think emerging solutions in Africa, have been transboundary committees. We know that there are power imbalances, that there are upstream, downstream imbalances. So downstream water users are usually in a worse position. So it's very important to support these transboundary water management institutions. We need accountability, we need transparency, we need very good data collections, we need to identify solutions often outside of the water resources space. Obviously, an example is the Eastern Nile Basin, where there is potential for energy trade, there is potential for food trade. Water resource challenges will not go away because of climate change and increased demands on these resources. But I think we have to look broadly, more broadly, and not just looking at water being shared, but what else can be shared to compensate, for example, for increased irrigation or increased hydro power production in upstream countries in the Nile Basin. And so the Nile Basin Initiative is trying to address these issues, but yeah, that certainly adds additional challenges. And the same in the Niger Basin, Zambezi Basin. I mean, all of these basins are internationally shared. There are now power pools, regional power pools, that are trying to share, electricity trading, obviously partly derived from these water resources. There is more food trade going on. And so some of these water issues have to be brought in a larger perspective. The second point was on salinity being a substantial challenge, and I fully agree. Salinity management salinity can be managed through economic practices, and I think Ismahan actually is the expert, much more so than I. Maybe we should actually give the word to her on that. But certainly more learnings, I think, between Asia, South Asia, and Africa can be done there, because we have highly salinized areas in parts of South Asia, also Central Asia. Lots of learnings, I think, that can be brought to bear in Africa. But many of the practices are clear that have to be implemented. I think they're just not yet being implemented. So being more serious about the long-term sustainability of irrigation system is an extremely important management point. And on groundwater, on water governance and the overall water scarcity. So the last point is water resources are getting scarcer. So what can we do about it? As I've mentioned, we need to bring in institutions. We need to bring in measurement of how much water is being extracted, for example, groundwater monitoring wells, and then making people aware of their own impact on groundwater and surface water resources. Obviously, surface and groundwater resources are linked. and then help people to devise their own mechanisms supported by governments for using water resources more sustainably. One measure that we're actually tried to pilot this year, but has been delayed because of COVID, is social learning interventions through experimental games, where farm communities would basically play games to understand how different decisions on water use affect groundwater tables. And then to actually don't tell them to change their practices, but just show how different practices affect their own use and their own future availability of groundwater resources, and then just to give them options, but have them decide themselves if they want to change management practices. So that's an intervention that has worked quite well in parts of India and is being upscaled in 7 states there. And we wanted to work with communities in Ethiopia this year to pilot similar social learning intervention schemes, and we hope to do that next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Claudia. Do we have any hands up to hear one of the attendees?
Yes, Chair. We have allowed the mic for Yan Lo, Antoinette Salah, and John Mayna. They can take the floor.
Please go ahead. We can have the question in a row and then give the space to Dr. Claudia and Dr. Shiba to reply. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Yes, for Dr. Hiroyuki, this is Jan Lowe. I thought your review of the history was very nice with tractors. I think all of us who've worked on the continent have seen so many broken down large tractors, and lack of spare parts as a major constraint. So the question I have is, because you said a lot of people want the larger, higher horsepower machines, but shouldn't we be considering mechanization that might overcome the barriers that many farmers encountered towards moving towards greater use of no-till or conservation agriculture techniques? Do we really want to go the large tractor route, thinking of more sustainable production practices in the future, or should we be concentrating on hole diggers and seed drillers? I just want a little of your thought as the movement in developed countries is going towards more regenerative agriculture. What is your thinking on the best way forward for mechanization so that Africa can be preparing for the future?
Thank you. Could we have the second question? And then, because we have about 10 minutes more for the discussion, could I get the second question, please?
The second question is coming from Antoinette Salah. Antoinette, could you please? And we had a comment from Mr. John Mayna, if Antoinette is not with us.
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I thought I got a satisfactory answer from Dr. Claudia. My concern was the exclusion of some production systems, and particularly the livestock livelihood systems. She has explained her concern, recognizing that there are some pastoralists who are irrigating land to supplement or to diversify their livelihoods, but still there is a concern. If you look at the northern Kenya, the areas that are irrigable are very small, and they double as the dry season grazing areas. If we extract those areas from utilization by livestock, then we are creating a problem, because probably we have to support the pastoralists all year round if they don't access the dry season grazing areas. That was my concern. So that we handle this issue of food systems wholesomely, so that we don't produce food and endanger the livelihoods of others, then we have to maybe do some relief supplies. That was my concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, should we go to give the floor to Dr. Hiroyuki to reply to the first question, please?
Yes, yeah, thank you very much for the comments. This issue of sustainability and yes, what is the best direction for Africa is obviously a very important point, and we couldn't go into detail in the chapter, although we yeah, this was yeah, clearly important issue. I think the issue of and the environmentally sustainable mechanization, I think for the time being, it's probably we kind of have to take a multi-pronged approach where you know, making sure that you know, conventional mechanization technologies, including these large tractors, become, you know, readily available to African farmers, and they can pursue what other regions in the world have underwent during their agricultural transformation process, while also not ruling out the possibility of possibly transforming Africa into more, you know, sustainable mechanization path. What a few points that we wanted to actually link our aspects to the sustainable mechanization system was that first of all, if you look at around the world, a lot of the conservation agricultural methods seem to be adapted in regions with where the average farm size is significantly large. And so it's possible that this technology is mostly suitable for you know, very large farm setting, and it might be because of those farm size, there might be some demand for not directly doing the tillage. And thinking about how to transfer that technologies to Africa would require developing, first exploring whether these no-till technologies can be modified for small farming settings, and then whether there will be sufficient demand for this. And also the important linkage in terms of thinking about, you know, how to develop the supply side model for providing no-till mechanization. And this is exactly what our chapter also tried to address, thinking of what is the appropriate supply side model to, you know, bring mechanization technologies to smallholders. One example we can look at is how the no-till technology in parts of Asia. One area is northern India, in, you know, Indo-Gangetic region. And that is one area where which is dominated by smallholders, and yet significant reduced tillage and no tillage have spread. And there, the supply model has been quite similar to the conventional, the custom hiring mechanization model that many African countries are promoting today for conventional tillage, where service providers, they invest in you know, large equipment, large machines, for reduced tillage, not the conventional tillage, and invest in those machines and recoup the sunk cost by providing service to a large number of smallholders. And there, so if that is the supply model, that is business model that's available to smallholder farming environment, Africa will probably have to adapt the similar models. And there, I think the issues that we discussed in our chapter on supply models for conventional technologies, conventional tractors, would be very useful because the same issues would apply even if we try to develop the supply model for reduced tillage in Africa. So that was the linkage we would like to make in our chapter. Yeah, thank you very much.
Mrs. Chair, we do have a questions. We do have a question from Dr. Bajan. He would like to take the floor.
Yes, please, because we are running 12 minutes late already. Go ahead, Professor.
Maybe I just should then ask the question separately outside of this, or would you still like me to go on?
Go ahead.
Yes, a quick clarification question. Claudia, you had a graph that shows the potential for irrigation for a list of crops, and there was a long list. Could you clarify for us and the audience whether these are cumulative or they're one at a time?
Sorry, I don't actually think I had a graph showing crops unless I missed something. But we are, I mean...
Yeah, I think you have potential for maize. How many hectares can be irrigated? Potential at this one here.
This is, that's actually more a graph showing the relative role of diesel versus solar. And yes, that is a separate potential by crop.
Okay, you couldn't do them all together, right? You have to choose one of them. Yeah.
It's run separately. So if all of the chickpeas that you could possibly grow in sub-Saharan Africa,
Very good, thank you.
Okay, it's 30 million hectares for common beans using drip irrigation, for example. That's what it means?
Yes, so basically if you would focus on chickpea and drip, so how much of that would be economically profitable using solar versus diesel? So this is more a technology choice analysis.
Okay.
And what it really says is that solar is going to dominate going forward.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Osman. Thank you very much, colleague. Maybe I want to just quickly address the issue of salinity brought up by Dr. Asefa. Is that really salinity is a huge issue? We have really quite an interesting project in Ethiopia introducing new management of salinity in Ethiopia, mostly in pastoral region, as well as new crops with salinity tolerance. And I'm glad that finally we're also in Gambia, in Togo, in Mozambique, and a few other countries, both in East Africa and West Africa. So absolutely well taken. Now I think we have already running late a bit, 15 minutes. So we're going to move to the next presentations. And in the second session of our plenary session. And our first speaker going to be talking about seed policies and regulatory reform. I would like to call Dr. David Spillman, Senior Research Fellow, Program Leader in Rwanda with IFPRI, to take the floor to tell us about the seed sector in Africa. Over to you, David, 10 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for chairing the session, and to all the participants who have come today. I assume you can hear me and that everything is coming through loud and clear. Wonderful. So next slide, please. Great. So I want to begin by talking about seed policies and seed systems, and to point out that no country has a single explicit seed policy. Seed system policy or seed policies is really sort of a tangled set of laws, regulations, guidelines, programs, schemes, conventions, and investment choices that together shape the acquisition, production, conservation, and use of propagation materials for crops, but not just for crops, also for forages, trees, livestock, and fish. All this suggests that overlapping policies sometimes result in complexity, controversy, and confusion. That's the nature of a policy regime, and that is why policy analysis is so critical to policy design and implementation. Next slide. So, you know, I'm very encouraged to say that many African countries are currently embarking on a new round of policy reforms that affect seed systems, both directly and indirectly. These reforms are apparent in changes to varietal release and registration rules, quality assurance regulations, subsidies and taxes on seed production and use, biodiversity conservation laws, international and regional trade agreements, genetic resources policies, and of course, public R&D investments. These are very encouraging signs. I want to focus my remarks on 4 important changes: breeding, markets, subsidies, and global genetic resources policy. Next slide, please. So let's start with the obvious. As we've heard in many previous presentations, a significant share of countries in the Africa region continue to underinvest in agricultural research and development, and specifically in breeding programs for crops, forages, trees, livestock, and fish. That point has been made by the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, FARA, as well as by our colleagues at CORAF, ASARECA, CARDESA, CGIAR, NEPAD, and in the CADEP community. So I don't want to belabor that point. But even with additional funding for research, our national research systems still need an enabling policy environment to translate their science into use. And on the policy front, this means regulatory reforms that remove hurdles to releasing new varieties, breeds, and strains, that make foundation materials, seed and other propagation materials readily available to seed entrepreneurs, whether they're commercial or community, and reforms that allow for the use of more efficient breeding methods and tools. Next slide, please. Next, let's think about markets. You know, recently there have been a lot of concerns about counterfeit seed. It's an old story, but it's gained a lot of new emphasis. And that's led to an emphasis on improving quality control systems that are designed to root out seed producers and traders who may sell adulterated seed to unsuspecting farmers. Now, to be clear, seed quality is difficult to measure before you've planted seed or before you've cultivated a crop, and farmers can be easily cheated. We all know that. But the policy response that we're seeing emerge in several countries seems to be built on some very strong assumptions. And I think we should be concerned about efforts to build one-size-fits-all regulatory solutions. We should be asking ourselves whether maize seed certification systems, for instance, translate well for other species, for yam, for sweet potato, or for fish fingerlings. You know, there's a lot of evidence to suggest that a stricter or more effective regulatory regime would necessarily encourage seed sector growth for crops other than maize, given the geographically dispersed, localized, and fragmented nature of these seed markets and the bulky and perishable nature of seed. Sorry, I meant to say that that the evidence suggests that these more effective regulatory regimes would not necessarily encourage seed sector for growth for crops outside of maize. And that's because these markets are just fundamentally different. The populations, the agroecologies, the supply chains are fundamentally different than the major cereals such as maize that we've come to build as models for our seed systems. So what we need is a better understanding of the problem. For example, is the issue of counterfeiting at the retail level, or is it poor maintenance breeding at the breeding or research station level, or are there supply chain issues somewhere in between? Are the consequences of low quality seed measurable in terms of yield and profit? And how might this vary across crops and markets? And are there quality assurance systems that can address this issue at multiple levels without resorting to draconian enforcement measures such as imprisonment for selling low quality seed. Next slide, please. So let's turn our attention now to input subsidy programs. I think we all agree that input subsidy programs may be a long-term fixture in many African economies. After all, certain OECD countries have doubled down on their own programs in recent years, so it's hard to think of agriculture without market distortions. But that doesn't mean that these programs can't be refined. I think the question we need to be asking ourselves is, can they really be smarter, especially in the context of seed systems development? To get there, there are several policy changes that need to be made. The first is greater public investment in demonstrating a causal linkage between these input subsidy programs and their productivity and welfare outcomes. This needs to be done especially with respect to the public spending trade-offs that generally accompany these programs. Second is to consider how an effective input subsidy program can be strategically used to do more than simply distribute seed in bulk. Rather, can these programs be leveraged to introduce new traits, new crops, new rotations, new technologies? Can they be used to retire obsolete or disease-susceptible or pest-susceptible varieties? And can they be used to target specific groups that stand to benefit the most? There are encouraging examples of this, for instance, in Malawi, where legumes have been introduced, or in Zambia as well, as part of their input subsidy regimes, and where certain maize varieties have been introduced with subsidies in order to replace obsolete varieties that were otherwise preferred. But examples like this are actually far and few between. Next slide, please. Finally, I would point out that there's a significant amount of change emerging in the global rules-based regime or system that governs how seed systems operate at the most local level. So new access and benefit sharing mechanisms are coming into place under the Nagoya Protocol to ensure that farmers and communities are compensated for the centuries of selection and conservation efforts that they have led, efforts that provide us with the genetic resources that are so critical to breeding programs and cultivar development. There are strategies to intensify intellectual property rights protections over new varieties, breeds, and strains, and those will continue to grow in many African markets. And as countries internalize these changes and negotiate regional and global trade deals, the landscape is going to get exponentially more complicated and subject to pressure from multiple interest groups. If seed systems are a critical pathway to productivity and welfare improvement for Africa's agri-food systems, then each country will need to have the capacity to navigate through this changing rules-based system from a fully informed position. So tough times, I think, lie ahead. But I should say that I'm encouraged, again, by the experimentation and innovation I observe in countries throughout the Africa region. The highlights from countries as diverse as Nigeria, Uganda, Malawi, Rwanda, and Ethiopia, among many others, suggest that seed systems policy reforms are being taken very seriously and that real solutions are being sought. So I want to encourage continued efforts on this road and continued conversations about what works and, importantly, for whom. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Spillman. And thank you also for a very interesting presentation, but also sticking to time. That make my life much easier. Now we're gonna move to talk about fertilizer policies and implication for African agriculture. And it's my pleasure to call in Dr. Gashau Abate, Research Fellow, Market, Trade, and Institution Division from IFPRI. Dr. Abate.
Thank you very much, Simahan. Can you hear me?
Perfectly, we hear you perfectly. Go ahead.
Okay, welcome everyone. I will present my main highlights from our review chapter on fertilizer policies and implication for African agriculture. Next slide, please. So this is a joint work with Kabroma Bai and David Spillman. Next slide. So the first highlight is on fertilizer consumption and application rate in Africa. As you all might know, fertilizer use in Africa lags significantly behind other regions of the world. This particular graph shows total fertilizer consumption in agriculture and application rate by region. As we can see, in 2007, Africa accounted only a small share of total fertilizer use in agriculture. When it comes to intensity, the application rate in Africa is also reportedly low. In fact, it's 23.3 kilogram per hectares of cropland, which is 8-fold lower compared to the application rate in Asia during the same year. But this is not to suggest that fertilizer use decline in Africa. In fact, the aggregate fertilizer used in Africa increased both in terms of total consumption and application rate. As we can see, fertilizer use increased from 4 million metric ton in 2002 to about 6.7 million metric ton in 2017. Which represents about 3.5% annual growth rate. At the same time, application rate also increased from 17.7 to 23.3 kilogram per hectare of cropland, which is equivalent to a 2% annual growth rate. Next slide, please. It's also important to highlight that fertilizer application rate in the continent considerably vary across countries. For instance, in this graph, we try to show a group of countries with relatively higher fertilizer application rate in bar chart. For instance, countries like Mali, Kenya, Malawi, and Zambia, the average fertilizer application rate ranges between 30 to 70 kilogram per hectare. But there are also a group of countries represented here with a line graph with application rate of less than 20 kilogram per hectare. Next slide, please. There is a rich body of research when it comes to factors affecting the use or adoption of fertilizers in Africa. This includes both socioeconomic and behavioral factors. So access and supply related factors still continues to be a binding constraint for fertilizer use in Ethiopia, in Africa. This includes situations where fertilizers are unavailable at all, or fertilizers are supplied late, not in the right time and place, and also not in the right formulation. When farmers have access to fertilizer, they often also faced some liquidity or credit constraint. As we all know, fertilizer purchase require farmers to have cash on hand or assets that can be sold or access to credit. But unfortunately, in most of rural Africa, cashes are difficult to accumulate and retain. And selling asset could be misrating, as well as credits are mostly in short supply. Even when farmers have some liquidity or cash hand to buy fertilizer, the cost of fertilizer in Africa is reportedly high. In fact, African farmers pay the highest price for fertilizer than anywhere in the world, which make it simply unaffordable and unprofitable, especially when it comes to in remote locations where transportation costs are significantly higher and in production zones with low crop response rate. Farmers in Africa also face risks and uncertainties when it comes to their decision to use fertilizer. This is risks related to production because of climate variability, risks related to prices because of underdeveloped market, and also the literature also, especially recently, mentioned some behavioral factors when it comes to fertilizer use, including information asymmetry, on quality. There's farmer suspicion, fertilizers being counterfeited, and also present bad behavior which discourage farmers to save for bulky fertilizer purchase in the future. That said, most of these factors can be addressed with the deployment of appropriate public policies and investment. Next slide, please. And we have important policies, declaration, regulations on fertilizer promotion, especially at the continent and regional level. For instance, CAADP calls for increased agriculture productivity by focusing on the provision of improved inputs, and the Abuja Declaration called member states to promote the use of fertilizers through targeted subsidies, and the Malabo Declaration also affirmed the need to improve access to quality and affordable inputs through the provision of smart subsidies. We have also a number of regional initiatives by economic communities and blocs, especially when it comes to harmonization of fertilizer policy and inter and intra-regional trades. While these declarations are instrumental in providing overarching framework for fertilizer promotion, the result so far has been mixed. There are studies which indicate these region and continent level policies inspired some countries to update or reformulate their fertilizer policies. But when we look at overall progress, the progress in terms of meeting the target set in these commitments and resolutions is reportedly inadequate. Next slide, please. When we look at policies at the country level, about 1/3 of countries in Africa have a former fertilizer policy, and these policies can be categorized into two broad typologies, which are, I'm sure, familiar for most of us. So the first one is a state-led fertilizer policy, and the second one is market-led fertilizer policy. As the name entails, the state-led fertilizer policy places the states or the government at the center of fertilizer procurement, pricing, and distribution, and they're often associated with universal or near universal subsidies on fertilizer prices. And there are evidences which shows an increased fertilizer use after the introduction of such policies, but at the same time, there is strong evidence such a result came with a high physical cost, market distortion effect, and rent-seeking behavior. And the market-led fertilizer policies are a result of the structural adjustment program that many African countries signed on to. And I say that the reform process varies across country, both in terms of depths, breeds, sophistication, and also level of implementation. And the evidence based when it comes to the market-led fertilizer policy is mixed and sometimes controversial. Currently in the literature, the most important question when it comes to fertilizer policy is not how to design or implement fertilizer policy. Rather, the most important question is why such policies are insufficient in relation to achieving agricultural productivity. Next slide, please. And these are the three common cited shortfalls when it comes to the question why existing fertilizer policies are not sufficient to increase ag productivity. So the first one is poor implementation, inadequate enforcement of existing policies, for instance, insufficient targeting of subsidies. For instance, there is a study in 2013 by Tom Jane, which shows in some African countries, 33% of the fertilizer subsidy doesn't reach the direct beneficiaries because of leakage and diversion. And the second point is absence of complementary policies or investments. As we all know, fertilizer policy alone are not sufficiently effective to increase agricultural productivity. Complementary policies and investments in the area of extension, breeding, irrigation, markets, and other rural infrastructure are equally important. It's also important to create amicable environment for private sector participation. Recent evidence also show that most fertilizer policy in Africa overlooked basic scientific facts relating to soil and agronomy. This is mainly manifested by the generic and blanket fertilizer recommendation, which is common in most African countries, despite special variability in soil properties. So in summary, next slide, please. In summary, while most fertilizer policies in Africa focus on the formulation of instruments which can reduce farm-gate fertilizer price and increase application rate, the evidence base so far is in its effectiveness is mixed. This obviously call for further refinement and improvement in the modalities and targeting of this policy. For example, some countries already start introducing smart, innovative subsidies which make use of electronic vouchers and e-wallet. And second, low and variable fertilizer application rate in Africa is linked with low and variable returns for fertilizer use. Thus, investments in complementary inputs like improved seed, breeding program, investments in infrastructure like road, market, irrigation could help make fertilizer more profitable and appealing to farmers. Again, blanket fertilizer recommendation in the presence of spatial variability in soil properties is also likely contributing the low return and application rate of fertilizer in Africa. This calls for site-specific recommendation based on soil's taste so as to increase both crop response rates and marginal returns, and also ensure sustainable intensification. This is partly because both overuse and underuse of fertilizer is not only uneconomical, but also not good for environmental health. So it's also important to revitalize existing extension systems so as to promote the adoption of integrated soil fertility management practices beyond the promotion of fertilizer use. Thank you very much. Over to you, Ismail.
Thank you very much, Kashau. Now we're gonna give 5 minutes to our discussant to tell us their comments on both presentation. I'm gonna start with Dr. Edward Mabaya, Senior Research Associate, Department of Global Development from Cornell University. Edward, the floor is yours for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
Yes, we do, loud and clear.
Great.
Go ahead.
First of all, thank you, Dr. Spellman, for an excellent presentation on seed policy and regulatory reform. In both the paper and the presentation, you did an excellent job summing up a broad and complex topic in a very straightforward and succinct manner. I will use my 5 minutes here to highlight 4 key issues. First is to acknowledge that your opening point on the importance of improved seed and the role that policies and regulations can play in cultivating and enabling environment for seed sector to thrive. Indeed, improved seed can deliver state-of-the-art technologies to farmers, including higher yield, disease resistance, pest resistance, climate change adaptation, improved nutrition, longer shelf life, all these things that we thrive for. And governments have a critical role to play in both the allocation of resources for agricultural R&D, but also, and perhaps more critically, in creating that enabling environment for the delivery of these technologies to farmers. I recognize that increasing adoption of improved seed in Africa will go a long way in closing the yield gap. That's my first point, just in supporting the opening of the premise of that paper. Second point is that, as you rightly point out in this paper, agricultural R&D has been recovering for the last 2 decades after a period of stagnation. However, much of this expenditure has been only in 5 countries, as you point out in the paper. It's been in Ethiopia, Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, and Uganda, which has taken up 3/4 of that expenditure. I do believe, however, that while agricultural R&D's expenditure is important, there is an implicit assumption that we make that higher expenditure will lead to more and better crop varieties available to farmers. This hypothesis is worth testing. The African Seed Access Index, for example, has been tracking the number of new varieties that are released for the major crops in each country every year. We have a database starting from about 2000. It is worth trying to at least relate the expenditure in R&D to the outputs in terms of varieties released. So instead of measuring the performance of national agricultural institutes by the size of their budgets, I would advocate that we start really measuring them by their productivity or their outputs. That is the number of varieties released, the length of release process, and the rate of commercialization. I think we need to build some correlation there so that we can actually sift out the more efficient organizations from the ones that are not. Third point, the paper is critical of the maize bias in seed policy, regulation, and the certification process. Indeed, in the paper, you give a good example of the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service, KEFIS, in their focus on hybrid maize, perhaps at the expense of other crops such as vegetatively propagated crops. While this point is fair, I would like to push back just a little bit by pointing out that maize still accounts for a bulk of the viable seed market, especially for the private sector in many countries in East and Southern Africa. Having worked in this sector for a while, I like to think of maize, hybrid maize, as kind of the bulldozer crop that clears the path for developing appropriate policies and regulations for other crops as well. Simply put, without hybrid maize, some of these countries will just not get started, or they'll remain very much within the informal sector. It's fair, however, to say that some crop-specific nuances are lost in this maize bias, but it's also important to underscore that without hybrid maize, the seed sector will remain largely informal in most countries. My last point, maybe a little bit more controversial, but at least you and I have a good agreement on this one. This is on the input subsidy program. I do agree on the need for more evidence-based analysis of this particular topic, but I also think that we really have to shift this debate from if governments should be subsidizing seed to how best governments should run input subsidy programs. Like other authors and yourself, I have accepted that governments are going to continue with input subsidy programs for reasons that go beyond agronomy. Even here in the US, yesterday, some households did receive some free cheese and apples. So there is going to be a political economy behind all these subsidies. I think our role is to highlight the common pitfalls that go with these subsidies and push for smarter subsidies, as you point out, that allow farmers especially to choose varieties that are appropriate for them while causing minimal disruption to private sector incentives. So we should just accept that governments are going to continue to do these subsidies, but we really should be pushing them on better methods to get this done with minimal disruption for private sector incentives. With that, I would like to say this is a very excellent paper, and I enjoyed reading it, and I'll yield my time for the rest of the panel. I look forward to a good discussion.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mabaya, for sharing with us your opinion and your ideas around the paper. Now we're going to give the floor to Professor Thomas Jane from the Department of Agriculture, Food, and Resource Economics from Michigan State University to give us to share with us his opinion as well and comments. Over to you, Professor Jane.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to you and to all of the rest of you who are with us today. Thank you for the organizers making this possible. Since I have 5 minutes, so I think I'm going to focus mostly on the second paper on input subsidies. I thought both papers, by the way, were very well done and well presented, organized in a very good way. So I wanted to compliment both of the authors to start out with and on their presentations. So I think here's where I think points that we can all agree on, general consensus. I think we all agree that increased fertilizer use in Africa is a precondition for agricultural transformation and economic growth in the region. It has a catalytic role and it really needs to go up. So now the question is how to do it. And African governments' resources are scarce. And so it's very important that they allocate those scarce resources to agriculture in ways that will really maximize the payoffs to agricultural growth and food security. And so what has seemed to become apparent is that input subsidy programs are successful in getting increased fertilizer in the hands of farmers. but they haven't been very successful in how to help farmers raise their yield response to the fertilizer that is utilized. And so as a result of that, the contribution of input subsidy programs to national production and to productivity growth has been constrained because of many of the reasons that the authors have mentioned about low crop response to fertilizer, which also has a lot to do with problems in seed as well. So it strikes me from looking at the literature and thinking about the agronomic literature in Africa about yield response to fertilizer that the real challenge is both how to put more fertilizer in the hands of farmers, as well as how to help them use that fertilizer much more efficiently. And the agronomic literature has given us a lot that we can utilize about what needs to happen differently in order to help farmers use that fertilizer more efficiently. So now we're getting into, the need for national agricultural R&D, adaptive research that can take the technical innovations that are produced internationally and adapt them to be usable for the very heterogeneous conditions of sub-Saharan Africa. And this requires bidirectional learning, good extension systems that can transmit information both ways, including back to scientists, so that they can adapt technologies and management practices that actually fit within the conditions, the varied conditions of small-scale farmers. When you look at how governments are allocating their resources to agriculture, many of them are spending 10 or even 20 times more on input subsidy programs than they are on national agricultural research or extension. Getting the fertilizer out there, input subsidy, governments are succeeding to the extent that they have large-scale input subsidy programs. But it strikes me that the chronic underinvestment in agricultural R&D systems is a big problem that will need to be addressed in order to make these input subsidy programs more efficient. The agronomic literature is also increasingly making us cognizant of the fact that there's a problem of non-responsive soils in many parts of Africa. And what non-responsive soils means is that either due to soil compaction or hard pans or overly silty soils or other aspects of soil conditions, that you can apply fertilizer and get very little response back. And so in these non-responsive soil conditions, input subsidy programs just aren't going to do very much until we're able to break the constraints associated with improving soil conditions. In other areas, acidity is a big problem that will limit the response of fertilizers to crop response to fertilizer. So I think that it strikes me that the way forward for input subsidy program, I agree very much with what Ed Mabaya had mentioned, that these programs are going to go forward. The issue isn't whether or not we should have them, it's how to make them more effective. And this is partially a design problem, as the authors have pointed out. And I think it's also very much linking good agronomy and good soil health, which requires a little bit more attention to the national ag extension systems and R&D systems to make input subsidy programs more effective. With those remarks, Chair, I give the floor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Jane. So we're gonna now start a general discussion for the next 15-20 minutes, and then we're gonna take a break. So do we have some question, please, Mariama?
Yes, we do, Chair. We have a hand raised. It's from Mr. Godfrey Bawingwa.
Okay, so let's start with the hand raise from Dr. Godfrey, yes?
Yes, thank you so much, Chair. My name is Godfrey Bahigwa from the African Union Commission, and my question is addressed to Gashao. And I would like to get your thoughts on whether you think availability of land in Africa is agricultural land is a limiting factor to adoption of fertilizer. And by that, I mean that you still have lots of land where farmers are able to shift from one piece to another when productivity decreases on the first piece. And when you look at the recent data and you disaggregate it, you see that much of increased production in agriculture on the continent is more from increased access to area than increase in output per unit of land. So do you think that, do you believe that is the case? And if it is there a tipping point where we shall see Africa take seriously investments in productivity enhancing inputs when land availability becomes a constraint? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So maybe we're going to give a chance for the response, unless we have another hand. So maybe go ahead, Dr. Spillman.
Yeah, I guess the question was directed to me. If that's
Yes. Sorry, Abate. Go ahead, Gasha.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Godfrey. Nice to hear from you. So it's a very important question. I will just reflect my quick thoughts. So as Godfrey indicated, most of the production gain in most African countries, especially in Ethiopia, that I know closely, used to come from area expansion. But recent figures show that the possibility of area expansion is now significantly reducing. It wouldn't be possible in the future. So most of which means we have to go to other avenues to sustainable intensification, to the adoption of productivity and quality enhancing technologies to increase production further. So the possibility of area expansion is going down, and that's why we're seeing, given the literature. If we look at the literature on size, land size, and productivity, it shows that mostly small size lands are more intensified for the same reason compared to large size land. So area expansion is very limited going forward, and the route most countries should take is to sustainably intensify the existing small pieces of land. Thank you very much.
Would you like me to respond as well, very briefly? Why don't I go ahead and do that then? So first, let me thank both discussants for their comments. I think we're in deep agreement on these topics, but that's not surprising because I draw on the scholarship in the chapter on seed systems from both Dr. Mabaya and Professor Jain. So thank you very much for your shaping of this analysis of this chapter. The only thing I think 2 points I guess I would respond to. One is, this question of, where does maize figure into our conversation? Maize is, and I agree with Dr. Mabaya, that maize is a bulldozer, but it bulldozes a path towards commercialization for many other crops. But I think we have to continue acknowledging and recognizing that many other crops will not follow a formal commercialization pathway in the same way that maize does. I don't think we can view maize, I don't think we can view, for instance, sweet potato. And Jan Lowe is on the line. She knows a lot about this topic. We can't look at sweet potato in the same way we look at maize. There is no country in the world that looks at sweet potato seed systems in the same way we look at maize seed systems. And because of that, you know, the actors are different, the regulations are different, the crop reproductive biology is different. And because of that, I think we are in danger of trying to fit a square peg in a round hole, and trying to shape sweet potato or fish fingerling or artificial insemination for livestock breed systems into a maize model. And yes, maize is important, but especially for sustainable agricultural intensification, maize cannot be the only solution for Africa. And I think we need to be exploring that more actively. On the a point that Tom Jane made, I'd like to go back to. I strongly agree that the agronomic literature suggests that solutions lie in helping farmers use seed and fertilizer more efficiently. And that is all about adaptive research and extension and education. It's about innovation and learning. But learning itself is a complex topic, right? As any lecturer or professor, such as our two discussants, will know from experience, learning and teaching are tough jobs, possibly the toughest job around. So my question back to you, the discussants and the participants, is where are we on the educational front in African agriculture? What do we know? What do we learn about adult education and training on agriculture and associated activities, such as marketing, such as supply chain management, such as, you know, pest and disease management, things like that? You know, I feel that we've lost a lot in recent years on this topic, with the passing of Carl Eicher, of the passing of Bert Swanson, and the passing of other people, or the retirement of other people in this field of adult education and training. Now, there are new generations of people coming up and contributing to this, especially in Africa, and that's important. But let's not forget the critical importance of education and training and learning on agriculture, because nothing, I think, will work unless we put a lot of our resources towards these questions. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you very much, Kashal. Maybe if Jane Lowe want to come to reply, to continue the discussion, please feel free to do so. Otherwise, we can go to another question.
Please open the microphone. Thank you.
Sorry? We have.
I was asking colleagues to open the microphone for Jane Lowe. And then we have Antoinette Salah and Issa Garba and Dr. Bajan on the line.
Perfect. So let's give the floor then.
I think, is it working now?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, great. Well, David, as always, your presentations are right on target, and I think you're working with the vegetatively propagated crop group. Hits the point of the challenge of having regulatory systems and policies in place without sufficient resources to implement them properly, and then they become real barriers actually to expanding seed access. And I've long been a promoter of just a low cost system where we get trained multipliers who tend to be trained farmer multipliers in these systems, just to label and have their contact information, because really, when you think about it, quality seed is based on trust and reputation. And that would be a lot cheaper system than in putting in an expensive certification scheme. Just my 2 cents on that.
Thank you very much, Jane. So now the next question, Antoinette.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Good evening or good morning. My name is Antoinette Salah. I'm a farming and food consultant. I have 2 questions for Dr. Gashua. The first one, you stated on your presentation about fertilizer use that it has increased in Africa. On which crops were they applied? Were they on staple food crops or on cash export crops? The second question is about organic fertilizer. Can organic fertilizing increase yield to feed a growing African population? Thank you.
So go ahead. Maybe do you want to give the second question before we go to the answers and then wrap up?
We have one question from Bismarck Norte and another one in French, and Dr. Badian is waiting as well.
Exactement. On laissera Dr. Badian last, and we're going to go to the second question, que ce soit en français ou en anglais.
Wonderful. So we'll have Issa Garba. Monsieur Garba.
Oui, merci. Merci. Et je voudrais remercier et féliciter les présentateurs pour la qualité de ce qu'ils nous ont offert. J'ai fait des commentaires sur le chat, mais je n'ai pas vu de réaction, mais je me permets de rappeler que la question de des semences a un lien direct avec la biosécurité et la biosécurité. Et je voudrais demander ce que vous en pensez. Est-ce que les pays africains sont suffisamment outillés en termes de ressources humaines et infrastructures pour assurer un bon contrôle? Ça, c'est vraiment la question relative à la présentation sur les semences. Par rapport aux engrais, je voudrais faire un petit commentaire pour dire que, en tout cas, un des facteurs limitants de la production aujourd'hui ou bien du bon rendement aujourd'hui en Afrique, surtout en Afrique sahélienne, hormis la question de la maîtrise de l'eau, c'est la question des engrais. Et les engrais ne sont plus, je dirais, ne sont plus subventionnés. Et les paysans, à la limite, l'utilisent très, très, très peu. Il y a eu de la recherche, surtout par l'ICRISAT, qui a développé des nouvelles méthodes d'apport de microdoses d'engrais au poké, qui a donné des très bons résultats. Maintenant, nous sommes dans un nouveau contexte de l'agriculture durable. La question, est-ce qu'on peut faire de l'agriculture durable avec l'utilisation de l'engrais? Ne faudrait-il pas penser à d'autres moyens pour assurer la fertilité des sols et avoir le rendement ou la productivité optimale? Je voudrais aussi venir un peu à la question de la vulgarisation. La vulgarisation qui a fait quand même l'objet de plusieurs commentaires. Je trouve que depuis la mise à mort de cette activité importante que l'État gérait dans le temps jusqu'aux années 90, ça marchait bien. Il y avait vraiment de l'encadrement dans les pays. L'encadrement. Mais aujourd'hui, force est de constater que l'État s'est désengagé. L'État s'est désengagé et si nous voulons réellement que ces paysans adoptent bien les nouvelles technologies, que ce soit l'engrais, que ce soit les semences, il faut les encadrer. Il faut forcément les encadrer. Et si nous voulons, en tout cas, ramener, parce que dans les années 70, il y a eu quand même un grand programme engrais porté par la FAO, qui a eu quand même à démontrer l'utilité ou l'apport que l'engrais peut faire dans ce domaine-là. Je pense qu'il serait bon, en tout cas, de conseiller les pays à aller vers une subvention de ces engrais-là pour que les paysans puissent y accéder à un coût abordable. Oui. Je voudrais finir en parlant du dernier présentateur ou bien du dernier commentateur qui a parlé du morcellement de la Terre. Le morcellement de la Terre, là, est tout simplement dû au mode d'accès à celle-ci. Aujourd'hui, dans nos pays, la Terre, on y accède par héritage. Et de plus en plus, le père lègue sa terre aux enfants et les enfants, et puis on morcelle. Voilà un peu, donc franchement, c'est cela. Je vous remercie, excusez-moi d'être long. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Issa. Et peut-être je pourrais répondre un petit peu à votre question de ma perspective et je donnerai la parole au présentateur pour rajouter. Côté fertilisant versus, je ne parlerai pas des subsidies, plutôt du potentiel pour les fertilisants versus autres méthodes de fertiliser le sol. Ce qu'il faut vraiment qu'on garde en tête, c'est que l'Afrique a des sols durs et vieux aussi. C'est un continent vieux géologiquement et du fait qu'il y avait beaucoup de dégradation de sol, malheureusement, les autres méthodes qu'on parle qui ne sont pas basées sur les fertilisants, qui sont de pointe, est très difficile. C'est mon expérience, c'est ce que j'avais vu. Alors, certainement, c'est pour ça que dans le CADIP, on a un target pour augmenter et de beaucoup l'utilisation des fertilisants dans les sols en Afrique. Mais bien sûr, les politiques, les régulations, le côté sécurité, tout ça devrait faire partie du package. En vulgarisation, je ne pourrais pas être plus d'accord avec toi que vraiment les gouvernements se sont désengagés en se copiant sur des pays du Nord où le privé avait pris cette initiative. Et malheureusement, c'est un désastre que vraiment on devrait regarder de près. Et j'en suis sûre que AKADEMIYA2063 va vraiment se pencher sur ça et nous donner plus d'études et d'analyses pour expliquer comment les choses se passaient avant qu'on se désengage de la vulgarisation. Et merci aussi pour expliquer un petit peu le morcellement de la terre. Je n'ai pas beaucoup de temps. Alors, je donne à Gachao pour répondre à Antoinette ou bien tu veux demander, peut-être ça, et après on passe à Dr Ousmane Badiane pour prendre ses commentaires. Qui voudra répondre? Who wanna reply to Antoinette? Dr. Antoinette, a question?
It would be helpful if Dr. Badiane could maybe assist with Dr. Issa's comment. David would like to respond, but would like to understand the question better.
I just tried to cover it, dear. The question from Issa was on do we need really that many fertilizers? There is some study from ICRISAT that used mostly composting that have shown some results. He also mentioned extension services and the disengagement of government towards extension from the 90s. And his last point was on land compartmentation, morcellement, and he explained how the inheritance following the inheritance across Africa, it's one of the reason why we get smaller and smaller land ownership. So David, I tried to address some of them from my understanding, but I'll be happy if any of you, either David, Gachao, or Ousmane want to jump in.
There's one question, Madam Chair, that you probably skipped, because he was asking that promoting seeds raises issues of biosafety and biosecurity. And he was wondering whether Africa had the regulatory environment or the institutional infrastructure to make progress on that front. I think, David, that would be probably what you may want to address.
I think that's a great question. So let me just address that one only. Biosafety across multiple dimensions, whether we're talking about phytosanitary standards or we're talking about dealing with gene editing technologies or genetic modification technologies, all come down to one very important issue, and that's having credible regulatory systems that consumers and farmers and investors and entrepreneurs can agree on. Lends credibility to the assessment of new technologies and traits and seeds and products in terms of their effects, both for environmental and human health. We want to make sure that every country has those types of environmental and health safety regulations in place, given how fast science is changing. And how hard it is to keep up with changing science on the regulatory front. So not only do the regulations have to be up with the science, but they also have to be credible or believable, salient, and relevant to the needs of the hour. I think many countries in the region are struggling with this, but there's some fantastic examples of countries that are really on the cutting edge here. And as seed trade harmonization and varietal, mutual recognition of varieties and technologies and whatnot increases across the major trading blocks of the region, these credibility issues will become more and more important at both a national and regional level. So biosafety, I think, demands our attention, especially with the changing global landscape around these issues. Dr. Isa Garba raises an important point that deserves continued attention and investment by governments and many others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Over any more answer? Gashawi, you want to come in for?
Yeah, let me quickly, thank you very much for the question. Let me quickly address the question with regard to fertilizer use. So the figure we show in the presentation is an aggregate increase in fertilizer use across all crops, but it's important to have a disaggregated look by crop. And in most countries, most of this increase in fertilizer use is mainly on the staple crops and cereals, partly because most of the fertilizer promotion or subsidy programs are related to increasing food security in those countries. With regard to the link between organic fertilizer application and productivity growth, we obviously need more research in that area. But the researches I have looked at indicate, especially application of organic fertilizer, are important in terms of maintaining the soil health, also contribute to some productivity growth, but it needs, we need a lot more research in that particular area. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Madam Chair, can I make a short point?
Yes. Yes, Ed, go ahead, please.
Yes, so one point that I want to make here, this has been a session on both seed and fertilizer, and I see that we kind of fall into this common trap of separating these as two different issues. Seed and fertilizer are very much complementary inputs, especially for crop like hybrid maize. There's a recent paper by Barrett and Sherham that looks into how many farmers are using both seed and fertilizer together. That number and some of this data is from LSMS data and also from Ethiopia. That number at farm level is about 10%. Only 10% of farmers are using both improved seed and fertilizer. Mm-hmm. When it comes to a plot level, it drops to 2.5%. That means on a unit of land, the number of farmers who are using both improved seed and fertilizer. So this speaks again to the need for education and extension. So as long as we're doing these things in parallel tracks, you could really increase boost the fertilizer input or improved seed. But if these are not being done together, we would miss a very big opportunity here. So this speaks again to the need for extension, education, and service that can allow farmers teach them how to use these things as complementary inputs. I thought this is a point that we should not miss out on.
Thank you very much, Ed. Very pertinent point. Osman, do you want to add anything at this stage?
Yes, Madam Chair, just a couple. The first one is excellent point by David about adult training. And I really wanted us to pay attention to this. And I wanted to comment because we have Godfrey Bahigwa here, the Director of Rural Economy and Water and Agriculture, the AUC. Adult training, skills building, skills upgrading and development are a bit, I wouldn't say neglected, but they really are not at the forefront the way they should have been. I always ask myself this one question, and that's really all we need to ask to figure out what's wrong in terms of that. If I had a 15-year daughter who told me, Dad, I would like to become a farmer, I wouldn't know where to send her in any African country, maybe in Morocco a bit, maybe in Ethiopia, but that's it. Now, today we're asking somebody to go through high school and go to college to become a farmer. Farming is a business. It's not an academic exercise. Both are not necessarily separable, but a practicing farmer, an aspiring farmer should have opportunities to upgrade their skills. And that is woefully missing in most African countries. So I think mainstreaming professional and vocational training, not project by project, not a pilot here, pilot there. Just like we are doing with elementary and secondary school, we need a dedicated stream of attention towards skills upgrading and skills development across the value chain. Driving tractors is not like driving a car or a bicycle. If you want to operate machinery on the floor for the new SME in the processing industry, where do they go for training? How will they get the skills they need to innovate? So I think this is a huge gap in the rapidly modernizing sectors, and it's going to be a break on continued modernization unless we pay attention to that. The other thing is, this one I respond in French. It came from a friend, Issa Garba, and I also thought that his director was participating. So merci à tous les deux, Issa, à votre directeur. Je voulais dire ici que les programmes de vulgarisation qu'on a connus dans le passé vont être très difficiles à relancer. Et peut-être même c'est pas justifié de le faire en ce moment-là parce qu'on a d'autres options. En utilisant les technologies TIC, les technologies digitales, on peut faire accéder aux connaissances beaucoup plus facilement, beaucoup plus largement à des coûts moindres. Donc, tout ce qu'il nous faut, c'est l'engagement des gouvernements et des organisations professionnelles à vouloir relancer cette agriculture basée sur les connaissances, non seulement du passé, mais les connaissances émergentes. Et aujourd'hui, c'est beaucoup plus facile d'utiliser les technologies digitales pour surmonter tous les obstacles liés aux aspects institutionnels, infrastructurels, aux aspects coûts. C'est énorme. Donc, je pense que là aussi, c'est une grosse opportunité que nous sommes en train de perdre. Merci.
So thank you so much, Osman. It's a really very interesting session whereby we heard about several areas where really Africa it's a bit behind the remaining other continents, be it on mechanization, be it on irrigation, on the seed sector, on fertilizer, and in general on inputs. I think really all the paper were excellent. The discussion added value to the presentation. I can't agree more that really education, training, development, it's necessary. And as Osman said, it's much easier today to do it than 30 years ago or even just 20 years ago. So with that, I think we want to thank all the speakers, all the discussants for their contribution. Thank you very much. It was very, very interesting. We're going to call now for a little break and we will be back for the remaining of the agenda. For how long are we taking a break, colleagues? So we don't lose people, so they come back.
Absolutely. Cincy, would you take this one on?
Yes, hello everyone. I think given that this session was running a little late, we can stick to our original time that's on the agenda.
So that will give us, let's a break, Titi.
Yes, I think that will give us about, yeah, so we come back at 9:45 US Eastern Time.
Okay, so that means 9:45. Let's say it's Titi. Let's give everybody 20 minutes break and be back. Would that be working for everybody? So
that sounds good.
That sounds
good. And then
good.
just ask them to keep their connections on, not to disconnect. And you're welcome also to use the chat box to exchange with speakers and others. So thank you.
Thank you. So please stay on. Don't disconnect your connection with us. And we will see you back in about 20 minutes. Whatever you have on your clock, count 20 minutes and come back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are we all back? Hello, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Hey, are you with me? Hi, I see. Hello, Osman, are you back or not yet? So maybe it has been 20 minutes.
I am back and listening to you.
Perfect, yeah, perfect. So maybe we give 1 or 2 minutes more for people to join us. Osman?
I didn't check, but they should be still there. Maybe they are, right, Nabu?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, so we just go ahead. We don't have to wait.
Yeah, we just have a quick announcement to make, Mrs. Chair, with your permission.
Go ahead,
So
my dear.
Thank you. It would be a general announcement to kindly remind participants and speakers that would like to attend this afternoon symposia that a link will be shared in the chat box for them to select the link they would like, the symposium they would like to attend. We will offer translation for one session. So I would maybe say this in French for our participants in French to understand. Chers participants, nous allons vous demander de choisir la session à laquelle vous souhaiteriez pouvoir participer cet après-midi. Donc, nous avons 2 symposiums qui figurent dans vos agendas. Nous souhaiterions pouvoir connaître votre préférence afin de pouvoir prévoir une interprétation. La solution, la plateforme que nous offrons ne pourra malheureusement pas avoir la même fonction que Zoom, mais nous veillerons à ce que la période de questions et réponses soit traduite afin que vous puissiez interagir avec le présentateur et les modérateurs. Nous allons donc demander à chacun de pouvoir envoyer la session de son choix à support _ Donc, dans la liste des conférenciers, vous verrez support, S-U-2-P-O-R-T, avec la barre du 8. Et c'est à cette personne de l'équipe qu'il faudra envoyer votre préférence. Merci beaucoup. Over to you, Mrs. Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And now I think we could start our next session on policy for inclusive development of modern food value chain. And for that, we have 3 presentations followed by 3 discussants. I have the pleasure to call on our first speaker, Dr. Getao Tadesse, Director of Bilateral Programs at AKADEMIYA2063, and he's gonna give us a presentation on policy responses to rapidly transforming midstream value chain segments in Africa with a case study from Senegal. The floor is yours, Dr. Tadesse. Please, 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll be, my name is Getao. I'm from AKADEMIYA2063. And today I'll be talking about the policy responses for the traditional value chains, some traditional established value chains in Africa with the case study from on millet in Senegal. Next slide, please. Yeah, I think the objective of this presentation, I mean, this chapter, which is chapter 7, is we try to assess the different policy responses that have been given for the different value chains. I mean, in terms of rapidly emerging traditional established value chains. And these are different from the other type of food value chains, and I'll try to specify them. And then, I mean, specifically, we try to address how the middle actors of the traditional established value chains in Africa are transforming over time using a case study. And then we also try to examine how the policy responses for these value chains are aligned with the performance. And we use the case study from Senegal, as I said, and this is based on the data collected from 87 wholesalers, 75 primary processors, and 922 secondary processors, and 582 retailers from Senegal in 2018. The next one, please, the next. So when you just look at the importance of millet in Senegal's cereal sectors, you can look at these graphs, the share of the enterprises who are involved in millet, and the share of transactions compared to from the whole cereals value chains. So if you look at on the primary processor, for example, 97% of the enterprises, they involve in millet processing. And also the transaction, if you just look at the final, the total one, 68% of the enterprises, the middle actors of the cereal value chains involved in millet trading or processing. And 52% of the total transaction within the cereal value chains is millet. So this shows how millet is an important sector in the cereals value chains in Senegal, which is a very traditional steps, just like teff in Ethiopia, cassava in many West African countries, and white maize. Next, please. And we also looked at how competitive is the sector, the millet sector compared to other cereals. So, for example, the millet markets, which is the red one, a little bit red one, shows the millet ones. So this is the index, the 4 farm indexes. The lower the index, the more competitive are the industry. So if you look at in many of, especially in the processing sectors, the millet markets are more competitive than the other cereals. Please, next. And we also looked at how the firm entries over time. And you can simply look at that all the segments, the wholesalers, the primary processors, and the secondary processors and retailers, all are rapidly increasing in terms of farm entries. So since 2000, we can see that a sharp increase in terms of farm entry into the millet business. This implied that whenever the farm entry increases, the profit definitely will decline. And then this implied that there is a strong need for a strong government support. Otherwise, the sector might collapse because the farmer has to innovate a new type of trading, a new type of processing, and a new type of products. Otherwise, the sector may collapse because of the high level of farm interest and decline in profits. So this implies that there is a strong need for this type of enterprises to innovate, or either economies of scale as a key response for policy actions. And next one. Next, please. And also we looked at how inclusive the different sectors are. If you look at the secondary processes, the one with greens, and 98% of the secondary processors are female owners in millet sectors. And if you look at the 80% of them, they started as a self-employed business in the millet sector. So I think especially the secondary processors and the retailers are more inclusive and fast growing. If you look at the last two rows, that shows the growth rate in capacity and the growth rate in commercialization. So in all these indexes, it showed that the last segments of the sector is performing better than the others. Next. Then after we looked at all the performance, then we tried to explore how the policy supports are for this traditional staple crop. And basically, when you look at, the different interventions across value chain development in Africa, we can basically classify them into 3 categories. These are infrastructural interventions like road constructions and all these exchange markets and all these things. And we can see also institutional interventions, and such as like collective actions, trainings, and also property rights, and also financial markets, and all these things. And the incentives, that some of them, that they provide some incentives in the form of exempting tax, or in the form of subsidies, and all these things. So these are most of the interventions revolves around the three eyes of public interventions. And then we choose, among this intervention, we choose about financial services and some of the trainings and membership in collective actions, and looked at, assess whether these are in line with the performance and the growth of the enterprise. Next, please. So if you look at, I mean, the access to institutional supports, such as startup finance from different sources. And if you look at just commercial loan, for example, only 7.3% of the enterprises or the myriad actors got commercial loan at a startup. And from public loan, almost only 2% of the samples, they receive these public loans at a startup. The same is true for the startup trainings and on-job trainings and membership at current and in 2015. So in all intervention, we looked at that there is insufficient access to institutional supports for the traditional these myriad sectors. Next, please. And then we try to look at who has the access, and we try to estimate some econometrics to look at who has access for the public supports. And the results indicate that owners have lower probability of receiving training than males, which contradicts with the performance, because the majority of them are females. Females are performing better than the others, but still the probability of receiving this type of trainings is lower. And entrepreneurs younger than 30 years have lower probability of receiving this financial training and membership supports, which and large and medium enterprises receive support more than small enterprises. So these are just factual findings from our regression results, which suggest that even if the sector is more inclusive and small enterprises are growing faster than the others, then the interventions or the public supports are not in line with these indicators. So this implies that the public interventions are less targeted and less inclusive. Please, the next one. And then we estimated the effectiveness of the different policies, and we estimated the impact of all the different interventions on capacities and growth of capacities and all these things. And we found that trainings appears to be more important than others, suggesting that a strong need for farm level capacity buildings to innovate at this time for this type of emerging value chains. And the vocational trainings are more effective than other type of trainings, such as commercial trainings and all these things. This suggests that, I mean, a need for a strong targeting of intervention. Even within the trainings, we have to be very specific, targeted to in terms of the types of the sector, in terms of their growths. And vocational trainings are more effective at startup than at current, especially because these vocational trainings are important to start with business and all these things. But after we start a business, whenever we provide some vocational trainings during the on-jobs and all these things, that may not be more effective. Because at that time, as I said before, at that time, farmers need more of innovative type of trainings related to more of on commercial trainings and all these things. So this showed that trainings or public supports become more effective if they are well targeted in terms of recipients and also in terms of instruments that we use for this type of interventions. Next, please. So I think based on this is a very short presentation, and based on this, we conclude, I mean, we come up with some few recommendations. And the first one is policy intervention needs to reflect the transformation trajectory. That means the policy intervention that we see for industrial development or value chain development has to be aligned with the growth stage of the different sectors. Not only the growth stage of the different sectors, but also the type of value chains. And we identified traditional staples are different from the global value chains. And even traditional staples are different from the non-traditional staples, or they need a different interventions to make them more effective and all these things. Based on this, we just identified about 6 typology of value chains that requires different policy interventions, and that we have listed in the chapter. And maybe those who are interested, you can look at them. And then this implies that for emerging traditional staples, for example, we have to focus on competitiveness and innovation. Emerging traditional staples, as I said, just like millets in Senegal, if in Ethiopia, cassava, or in West Africa, and white millets, these days, because of increasing urban consumers and increasing middle class consumers in the urban areas, and the firms a lot of firms are being involved in those sectors. So in order to avoid further collapse of these sectors, we need to focus on increasing their competitiveness. We need to improve on their innovation for diversified productions and diversified processing type of innovations. And then specifically for this type of traditional staples, we should focus on vocational trainings, which are more effective at startup. And also we have to focus on enterprise level capacity buildings for them to innovate and for them to increase their economies of scale. And then policy intervention need to target the inclusive and fast growing SMEs. I think the AGRA report in 2019, it shows that SMEs, small and medium enterprise, are the majority of the middle actors in African food systems. Then I think we are also saying these are not only the majority, but they are very fast growing. And the other one, the last comment I have is significant effort is needed to minimize the gender bias. As you have seen in the media sector, the majorities are female, but the supports are being provided for non-females. So this has to be, some of the areas that we have. This is true for other traditional staples in Africa. And I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tadesse. For the very interesting presentation and the case study. Without any further ado, we're going to move to the next presentation with Dr. Fleur Wotarse, the principal researcher at the Global Center on Adaptation. And she's going to give us a presentation on institution of collective action and smallholder performance. Again, another case study from Senegal. Floor is yours, Dr. Fleur Wotarse.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we do, but maybe if you could talk louder a little bit.
I'm just trying to make my screen go bigger so I can actually see my slides.
Okay, go ahead.
Having some technical difficulties.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna have to disconnect and reconnect. It will just take 1 minute.
We go to the next presentation and give you some time. If Dr. Stephen Jaffe is ready, we could go to the next presentation and give you some time to figure out the connection.
Sure, yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, Stephen, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Perfect. So let's move to Dr. Stephen Jaffe, lecturer, agriculture and resource economics with the University of Maryland. And Dr. Jaffe gonna give us a presentation on why food safety matters to Africa, making the case for policy action. And I'm happy you are addressing this subject as there were a lot of questions about it earlier. Dr. Stephen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. That's not my picture. I think I'm a little bit more handsome than that guy.
Really?
Yes. Okay.
Completely.
And I'm a little bit younger, but anyway.
Oh, Stephen is here, guys. If you see him, you could see the difference.
That's fine. I've had worse pictures put up assigned to me, so that's fine. This guy's okay. So good morning and afternoon, everyone. And I'm presenting this on behalf of for my co-authors who are listed here. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, thank you. So For most policymakers, what food safety is the image here on the left. It's a highly technical field pursued by trained specialists who speak their own language, mostly amongst themselves. Yet food safety should be seen as a mainstream economic development issue, critical to the achievement of many of the Sustainable Development Goals. It's foundational to several of the SDGs, including those dealing with poverty, hunger, good health and well-being, and it's integral to several others. Unfortunately, until quite recently, social scientists have paid little attention to food safety in the developing world, including in Africa. Next slide. So when food safety has been on the development agenda for Africa, it's largely been related to trade or market access. Concerns about regulations as non-tariff barriers, private standards excluding smallholders, cost of compliance, et cetera, et cetera. And there's a sort of political economy element to this focus on trade also. For trade, you tend to have very well organized stakeholders, better structured industries. The costs of problems fall on leading companies and better organized farmers. The roles for sanitary and phytosanitary functions for government are much clearer. On the domestic side, consumers are generally non-organized. You have fragmented food safety control systems. And the burden largely falls on people that have no voice. The poor and children are the most vulnerable. And so we tend to focus on this sort of, on the right side, we have an iceberg effect where social scientists and much of the development assistance programs focuses at the tip of the iceberg, the trade impacts, which are most visible and largely going unmonitored, unmeasured, and unpursued is the larger part of the iceberg. Next slide, please.
I have to call her back.
Next slide, please. So there is a strong public health imperative for domestic food safety action. According to work of the Foodborne Disease Burden Epidemiology Reference Group, or FERG, affiliated with the WHO, the work that they came out with about 5 years ago shows much of sub-Saharan Africa having the highest proportional burden of foodborne disease in the world. And they measured that by DALYs, disability-adjusted life years. Especially vulnerable are children, are older people, malnourished, poor, pregnant, and immunocompromised. And some estimates, and we updated this for considering population in 2018, up to 135 million cases per year and 180,000 deaths within Africa attributable to foodborne illness. And children under 5 account for about 1/3 of these cases and deaths. The evidence, which is somewhat thin, shows African populations exposed to a very broad set of food safety hazards. Most foodborne disease relate to microbial pathogens such as Salmonella, E. coli, etc., and other important hazards, including aflatoxins, which have been well noted in terms of their link long-term to cancer. The majority, in some countries, the majority of foodborne disease is attributable to animal source foods, but also fruit and vegetables and cereals are also significant origins. Next slide. So there's also a strong commercial imperative for domestic food safety action. We have rapid urbanization and dietary change toward higher value, perishable, and food safety sensitive foods like animal products, fish, fruits and vegetables, increased out-of-home eating. And so we have going to see a doubling of the African middle class during this decade, and a willingness to pay for suppliers who are able to deliver what they're going to require in terms of quality, diversity, and safety. Next slide, please. The economic costs of unsafe food are multiple, and they can be seen at the level of consumers, individual companies, the food sector or entire industries, and economy-wide. There are a lot of challenges dealing with valuing these costs due to data limitations, methodological limitations, etc. Next slide. So we did an exercise and we calculated the so-called sort of productivity loss from unsafe food. And this is the cost attributable to illness, disability, premature death, and translated that using per capita income of countries. And we came up with a guesstimate of productivity loss of $20 billion a year for Africa. And if you add also costs of treatment, that's another $4 billion. Basically, our back of the envelope estimate here puts the cost of domestic food safety, not even accounting for market disruptions and enterprise level costs, at somewhere between 40 and 50 times what would be trade-related costs of unsafe food. So that's sort of in numerical terms. When you look at it in relation to other variables, proportionally, the costs of unsafe food are also extremely high in Asia. But when you look at proportionally to the size of the food market, it tends to be much higher in Africa. And that's the graph on the right, which is a little bit difficult to see. But there we're looking at this productivity loss as a percentage of total food expenditures in a country. And the African countries are in light green, and they tend to be the highest in the world. Next slide, please. And for many African countries, the economic costs and the public health burden of unsafe food is going to rise in the coming years in a business as usual scenario. And our basis for this is sort of a conceptual model that's built on evidence, and that is we relate the sort of burden of foodborne disease and economic costs to the process of economic development, where essentially here we have low income, lower middle income, upper middle income, and high income countries mapped across this spectrum. And basically what we see is when countries transition from low income to lower middle income status, this is where the sort of surge of costs of foodborne illness take off. Because essentially you have a giant mismatch between the growing need for capacity and the underlying capacities that are in place, both in government and in the private sector. And that the sort of flattening out of this curve only occurs generally amongst upper middle income countries where they're beginning to get ahead of the situation rather than trail it, and where scientific capabilities, where formalization of the food system increases, where public administration is improving and whatever. And the question we raise is, can you flatten the curve? Is it inevitable that countries will go through this sequence and have to bear enormous public health and economic costs? Or can countries that are at the sort of lower middle income country level, if they invest in preventative measures, can they flatten the curve? Next slide. So what is business as usual for African countries? And here we're generalizing, there is diversity within the region, but basically we see a fragmentation of institutional arrangements and certainly of investment, whether that's in sort of laboratory systems or in other. It's mostly a piecemeal approach to addressing food safety issues. And much of it is in reaction to events, trade bans, outbreaks. And so it's a bit of a firefighting mode, and the investments or the steps you might take in the course of a crisis may be quite different than if you're looking forward and doing preventative measures. And on the regulatory side, we tend to have this emphasis on trying to go out and detect non-compliance and punishing the offenders, rather than one that's trying to really promote compliance and leverage private action. Next slide. One of the challenges in this field is that we have very little evidence about the efficacy of interventions, right? And that's really important when discussing with the ministries of finance, you know, what are you going to get for your investment? And the problem is even worse than that. And that is over important stages of capacity development, things actually look worse once you've put in place capacity, because you're beginning to better surveil the problems, measure the foodborne illness, detect numerous problems. So it sort of looks like things have gotten worse once you've made some critical investments in the system. What we have here, though, is really evidence of a very strong correlation between capacity and results. And what we have is, on the vertical scale, is the foodborne, the disability adjusted life years from foodborne illness from animal foods. And on the horizontal axis is capacity. And this is capacity. It's an index we put together based on the OIE's assessment of veterinary services. A subset of those capacities relate to food service. And what we have here is that countries that really have invested in their veterinary system functions that relate to food safety have a much lower incidence of foodborne illness from animal source food. And this is not only sort of upper middle income countries. Some of the countries in that sort of bottom right-hand corner are also low or lower middle income countries. So the sort of conclusion from this is that underinvestment is really costly, and that there is a high return on investment in this field. Next slide. So looking forward, as I said, in a business as usual mode, the situation will get worse. But a significant share of Africa's food safety problems and associated costs are avoidable if a concerted set of preventive measures are put in place. And these are from farm to fork and in the overall governance of food safety. Yet there's no quick fix here. There's no simple solutions. There's no technology that we can pull out of our hat. This is a long-term collective effort at national, regional, international levels. Next slide. And the mainstream food safety in the development agenda, we have to have a holistic view of what we need.
Is that your last slide, Stephen? Or
there's one more after this. Yep. What constitutes investment in safe food? And the items on the top are the things we normally associate. You know, regulatory systems, labs, one-stop quarantine at the border, or whatever. The stuff on the bottom is equally important, often not classified as safe food investment. Clean water is essential. Upgrading of marketplaces, consumer education, and the sort of innovation and knowledge and science of food science. Next slide.
Are we?
This is the last slide.
The last slide? Okay, go ahead.
And the approach, which we outline a bit in the chapter, but it's more well developed in the Safe Food Imperative book that came out last year, is we talk about paradigm shifts in terms of sharing responsibility between government, private sector, and consumers. A regulatory approach that's promoting compliance rather than punishing non-compliance. Smarter investment that's leveraging synergies between the food safety agenda and nutrition and environmental health. And basically the priorities for countries, it's not a one size fit all. How you position this subject, how you approach risk assessment, risk management, consumer varies, what it should vary between countries based on their level of agri-food system transformation and what is realistic. And in the Safe Food Imperative, we lay out really a very different agenda for countries based on where they are right now. Next, and I think the next one is final. Yep, so we want to go from a piecemeal, reactive approach to a coherent, preventative approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stephen. Is Dr. Fleur back with the connection so we can move to our third and last presentation? Fleur,
yes, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Can you see the slides? If that's the
Yes,
case,
I can see the slides. Thank you.
please go ahead.
So good afternoon, everybody. So I would like to present on our chapter in the book, which was written together with Ami Faye of ISRA, on institutions of collective action and smallholder performance, presenting some evidence from Senegal. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the context and the motivation of us for writing this chapter is that African agriculture has remained largely smallholder based, and we keep seeing that these market failures that the smallholders are facing are pretty persistent, and that they culminate in missed opportunities and often suboptimal economic behavior. So it should be obvious from the literature that engagement in collective action should allow for better access to markets and more benefits from market participation for smallholders. And so it does seem that rural producer organizations, especially at the grassroots level, could play an important role in achieving Africa's rural transformation. Now, there's a lot of heterogeneity, of course, across Africa. And in general, there's been consideration that Senegal's organizations are rather weak at delivering benefits to members. But because there is this very strong institutional infrastructure in Senegal, it would be really good if we could provide some more updated evidence of the contribution that these organizations make to the efficiency of smallholders in their production, and also the ability of these organizations to commercialize collectively. Next slide, please. So this is just to give you an impression of Senegal's institutional infrastructure. So I think what the main takeaway from this figure is that these organizations of smallholders are pretty much everywhere throughout the country. There's many different types of organizations of collective action. You can see associations, cooperatives, federations, economic interest groups, groupements de production féminin, producer groups, and unions. And unions are often aggregations of smaller entities. And you see that there's a bit of variation also in there, in the share of smallholders in a particular area that are a member of a producer organization. So high density means a lot of high share of smallholders that are a member, and low density, which is green, is a much smaller share of smallholders that are a member. Next slide, please. So how do we go about answering the question that we posed ourselves? So we use the 2017 data that was collected under the PAPA project, which I hope most of you are familiar with. So this is the Projet d'appui aux politiques agricoles. And in the context of this project, which really aimed to give an updated view of Senegal's agricultural sector from both the smallholder perspective, but also the consumer perspective, and also a little bit a broader take on the organizations in between, the actors in between the producer and the consumer. So in the context of this project, 7,000 smallholders were surveyed across Senegal. The survey covered all major value chains, dry cereals, rice, and horticulture. And we use these data to assess the technical efficiency of members and non-members of producer organizations, using some standard techniques like propensity score matching and stochastic frontier analysis. Next slide, please. And so what is nice about the PAPA data is that there was also data collected on institutions of collective action. So for example, in the horticulture value chain, a survey was conducted on these so-called water user associations. And even though these are called water user associations, when you look at their activities, they turn out actually to be pretty diverse. And so in this little table that I put on this slide, you can see that, yes, many of them do water management, but many also are involved in input buying and selling, provision of labor, the selling of output, transportation, and to a lesser extent, packaging and storage. And many of these activities, as you can see from the most right-hand side column, are managed collectively. So we also use these data and just a simple regression to understand whether the governance of an organization affects performance. And we measure performance as collective marketing. So that means that the producer organization actually collects output from its members, bulks, and then tries to find a buyer. Next slide, please. So as to the results, so this is for at the smallholder level. What we show here is that there is a difference in terms of technical efficiency in agriculture production between members and non-members of organizations. So what you see here is that members are more technically efficient. And because this is propensity score matching, where you actually compare similar farmers, you could attribute this difference to the fact that they are a member of a producer organization. Next slide, please. And then for the governance results, so there's a lot of theory that I don't have time to go into here. A lot of it is derived from institutional economics and also the work of Eleanor Ostrom to look a little bit at what kind of rules does the organization need to put in place to be able to actually perform. And so what we see here is that particular important rules are that there's democratic structure. So decisions are made by a general assembly rather than by the board. The organization does need a board to perform better, and other factors that contribute to performance in terms of collective marketing is having a system of accountability in place, engaging in profit sharing, so redistributing profit to members, obliging members to attend meetings. And then also you can see that there's some governance aspects that are associated with with lower produce sold. So what you can see, for example, is that if the organization requires regular contributions or membership fee, or if the organization had been established by members. So we're not going to go into these results in detail. I think what is important to take away from this slide is that it matters how the organization is governed, what type of rules and regulations are kind of adopted for its performance. So it's not simply a case of getting some people together. It's really a case of thinking about the institution and its design for it to be performant. Next slide, please. And so this is my last slide. So we try to think a little bit about the policy implications of our findings. So I think that the main message that we really wanted to convey is that producer organizations in Senegal are by no means dormant. So there is something going on at the level of producer organizations. Now it's possible that the organizations that are particularly active are somewhat newer, more flexible organizations, such as these economic interest groups or these groupements de production féminin, which are a lot of the user groups are actually those type of structures. And that's because they are a little bit less regulated, and they're a little bit more able to adjust and to change. And so it also seems that given the higher technical efficiency of members of producer organizations, that the role that producer organizations can play in the achievement of the country's economic and agricultural development is likely to be significant. But it's also possible, well, it's also, so to take away from here is that Senegal's rural transformation, or its effort to transform its agricultural sector, would actually benefit from considering these producer organizations as these entities that can actually help smallholders intensify their production. And there's also some suggestions for further enhancement. So to kind of strengthen the role that these organizations play. And so at the smallholder level, it seems kind of obvious, but if we could get smallholders to join these groups, it is likely that they would reap some benefits. At the producer organization level, we always have to be careful. So it seems that it would be good to further robustify organizations, but it's very important that policies are not overly invasive, and that there's always a balance maintained between the efficiency and equity objectives that these organizations aim to fulfill, precisely because they are structured in the way that they are. When they lose the balance, it's possible that they do enter a dormant state where they actually become unable to market collectively and to perform in that kind of commercial way, if you will. And so I think that's all I had. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Fleur. We had really 3 great presentations, and now we're gonna move to our discussants. I'm gonna ask first Professor Tom Riederen, Professor, Department of Agriculture, Food and Resource Economics from Michigan State University, to share with us his comments and perspectives. Over to you, Professor Riederen. 5 minutes, please. And I see we got the right picture. No problem like with Stephen before.
Unmute. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we do hear you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful to be invited to comment on the Senegal case study presentation. This is exciting for me because I designed the questionnaires for the midstream portion of the Senegal PAPA survey. I see the key takeaways as the following, and I focus on the findings for the second stage processors, in particular, the female SMEs preparing and selling dishes of millet couscous and chakri and lach, these being millet dishes made with milk, representing the marketing of traditional millet-based foods to rapidly expanding urban food markets. First, the study shows that there's been a rapid rise of SMEs in processed millet, mainly in the past decade. Second, the study shows that SMEs dominate the market for these millet products in Senegal. This coincides with our findings in the AGRA African Agricultural Situation Report that I led in 2019, that was cited by the speaker, where we showed that SMEs form about 80% of the total volume of the food supply chains in Africa, with large enterprises like giant food processors and supermarkets forming at most 20% of the food economy. Third, the Senegal study shows that surveyed SMEs have expanded their individual operations very rapidly over the past 10 years. Fourth, the study shows that the average SME spent $400 of startup costs 10 years ago, but their sales now average $200 per month. So the income payoff from the entering this market is very high for them. And fifth, the startups were nearly all financed by own or family finance, and only 2% came from government financial support. Sixth, the government role in starting and growing these SMEs was very small. Only about 10% of the firms got support in training and network formation, and even those 10% were mainly the medium-sized firms, the bigger firms within the survey sample, not the small firms. To me, these findings are super interesting in several ways. First, the Senegal study is an exciting example of what I call the rapid rise of the hidden middle in food supply chains in Africa. I say hidden middle. Often the policy debate in Africa speaks of a missing middle, or the lack of services in the midstream of supply chains, a lack of dynamism, a stagnation. But instead, what we see in the Senegal case is really a miracle, a grassroots revolution in the hidden middle, the midstream. We see this in other countries as well. For example, in the past 10 years, in the teff supply chain in Ethiopia, there was a 300% increase in teff second stage process SMEs producing in Jeddah, very similar to these kinds of SMEs in Senegal. There was a doubling of teff wholesalers, a tripling of third-party logistics trucking SMEs. So as with the Senegal millet processing miracle just described, the Ethiopian teff revolution did not depend on government intervention or support, but it was a grassroots revolution created by the investments of thousands of women and men starting and growing their SMEs. Second, the Senegal millet case, as with the Ethiopian teff case, are examples of rapid development of spontaneous clusters, not government managed or donor started clusters or agroparks. These spontaneous clusters grew fast in response to urban market demand and changing diets. But importantly, they grew where there were sufficient conditions of infrastructure present. In Senegal, many of these SMEs grew up in or near wholesale markets. They depended on good roads to get consumers and millet suppliers to them. The Ethiopian teff case depended critically on government investments in road improvement. So while the Senegal and Ethiopian studies found little direct government support of the grassroots revolutions, the government role was important indirectly in infrastructure provision, especially of wholesale markets and roads. Finally, I feel strongly that governments and donors should not seek to reinvent the wheel, to try to create supply chains from scratch. There's already a huge dynamism in African supply chains, and the key is to leverage and support these spontaneous clusters where they're emerging. Find out what things are holding them back. In a memorable image given in a talk by my friend Ousmane Badiane several years ago, he said that food supply chains in Africa are like a jet plane that's already taken off, but it's only flying at 10,000 feet and could be flying at 35,000 feet if there's a further support for the enabling conditions for the rapid rise of SMEs on the continent. I fully support Ousmane's vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reardon, and thank you. I missed that presentation by Ousmane, but the image is in my mind. It's a jet, it's already up there, and we need just to push it with the right mechanism and the right environment. Thank you very much for sharing with us your perspective. Now I'm gonna move to Mr. Ismail Sanga, Chief Executive Officer of the Southern African Confederation of Agricultural Unions. Please go ahead, Mr. Ismail.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we do hear you perfectly, Mr. Sanga. Go ahead.
Thanks. Well, it was a pleasure reading through the document, the chapter. I thoroughly enjoyed myself, and everything about it, almost everything about it, resonated with my own experience and my own understanding of the situation. Just to give a bit of background, I work with 18 national farmers unions in Southern Africa, in the different countries in Southern Africa, from Seychelles, Tanzania, down to South Africa. So I'm fairly confident with the terrain of what the discussion is about. And although the case study was from Senegal, but I could clearly see Southern Africa in all its diversity in what was produced. And most importantly for me, perhaps it is one of the most interesting rate that I've come across, that is putting an academic interpretation to why things are as they are in farmers' organizations. Also giving a very good historical evolution, historical account, and what are some of the implications around that. I think well explained, and I would recommend farmers' organizations to read it so that they can look at themselves, seeing someone writing about them from the outside, because rarely do we have conversations about these in farmers' organizations. Sometimes they are equally sacred to try and have them, because of the nature of the organizations, which in my view, although the words were not used here, sometimes they're often political in nature. So which makes it a much more complicated situation. I shall not go into the many points that were raised here, but maybe just highlight a couple of them. The farmers' organizations business can be characterized as one that is aggregating power, political power, market power, using the numbers of farmers that are members. So you can aggregate market, you can leverage market position by buying together and by selling together. You can also leverage political policy space by having one voice. And that voice is potentially very important because essentially you are the same constituents as that of politicians. They get their votes predominantly from farmers. But, and alas, much as it has this characteristic, we don't think that it is performing to its maximum. And there are reasons that have been given in here. I think one of the observations that was striking, which actually touched, it resonated with me very well, was that when organizations are established, sometimes they have a social function and they can have the technical competence that will increase the efficiency. But as long as they don't have a business DNA, ultimately, even if they are going to reduce costs and increase prices, it does not necessarily allow them to move to the next level of actual commercialization. Well, that is a different set of skills, different competence areas. So there's a general lack of business management skills, strategic capacities in farmers' organizations, which limits their ability to convert the innate position that they have to really make a change in people's lives. That then raises a question about whether they themselves are aware of that deficiency. And my experience is that no, they are not aware of that deficiency because they are much more driven by things about solidarity, more about the voice, and avoid maybe things that divide them, such as a commercial approach to doing things, which requires a different organizational platform to convert what your assets, the assets we have, into a commercial sort of venture. So clearly, I think it's full of good things. But let me talk about recommendations. I think this is where we need to think carefully. I felt that the recommendations did not go further to look at fundamentally what actually needs to be done. And in teasing this question out, I'm looking at an agricultural system that has become more science-based, that is globalized, that is fast-changing, that is data-driven, that is complex to navigate through. That is more knowledge-intensive. So this is where we need to locate farmers' organizations and their competencies and how they should organize them to be able to navigate through that complexity, to be able to inform and educate their members about that maze of complexity they have and the changes that are all happening, and to be able to touch base with the geographically scattered number of people that they represent. And one then would say that a key element of moving into the future in order to harvest the potential that farmers' organizations have is that they need to be very innovative in design, and they need to really be ICT enabled to be able to reach out all these multitude of farmers. They need to be also data driven, and they need also to have the capacities to monetize the data that they potentially have access to. Imagine if they had a database of all the farmers in the country, that could potentially be a business stream. So I'm calling for a new generation of farmers here that is designed within the context of what I described as the main characteristics of the food systems that we live in. Because farmers, individual farmers, need to understand that. And this could be the torch bearers for them to be able to understand and to know what is it that they need to prepare for and navigate across. Ultimately, what you are saying may be a harsh indictment for farmers' organizations here, which is an area that I'm familiar with. You are saying the current design and configuration as well as architecture of farmers' organizations is not compatible with the world that they are supposed to be playing in. And there is a serious mismatch that until we address that squarely and farmers' organizations begin to have a conversation by themselves around that, it will be very difficult to actually unlock that potential that they have. And we cannot lose hope. It's a critical infrastructure that can reach out to as many people that we really need to find ways of unlocking in a more strategic way, including investment in strategic capital to be able to convert that innate ability that they have. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sanga. We have our last discussant. Professor, oh, I lost my, sorry guys. Professor Cheryl Hendricks, Department Head, Director of Institute of Food, Nutrition and Wellbeing from the University of Pretoria. Please go ahead and hopefully, Professor Cheryl, you got five minutes to share with us your perspective.
Thank you, Chair. I'm having connection problems today, so I hope you're able to hear me and my connection lasts. I'm commenting on the food safety chapter, which I think the authors had a very difficult task to do, given that there's very little data available for many countries, let alone African countries. And so I can see from the report that the authors have had to do a large amount of primary analysis and scavenging data in order to compile the statistics that are so carefully presented. So it provides a resource that we haven't had before in terms of the food safety issue in Africa, and gives us some insight into the situation and where we can improve. So, but it's very important to consider that at the beginning of the report, the authors state that the CADA Biennial Review report has recently included indicators for food safety. This is a very good move, and we've seen that when nutrition indicators were included, or more nutrition indicators were included, country teams drafting investment plans were very adaptive in grasping these new indicators and building them into their plans. So this is one strategy that will bring more focus on national systems to the food safety component. Where governments have to report on these indicators, it really does make a difference. And it's very important to consider these food safety elements in the entire transformation agenda, because the report focuses primarily on the burden of disease and the health impacts of unsafe food in the system. But there are also major nutrition components linked to this, and many of the nutrition problems we face can be linked to unsafe food. We also note that there's considerable losses and waste that happens due to food deteriorating in the system. And so these are elements that we can't afford in Africa. We need to make sure that we can maximize the amount of food available in order to nourish the population. One of the elements that I wouldn't agree with in the report is that at the traditional phase, the diets lack diversity. I think quite the opposite, in that many traditional diets are very carefully coordinated through indigenous knowledge that overcomes many of the nutritional deficiencies in single foods. and puts together quite innovative menus using seasonally available foods to do that. And so I think we can learn a huge amount by listening to people on the ground and understanding how traditional food systems have managed food safety in the past and how these learnings can be used to improve and advance the food system transformation in Africa. So one of the elements that I thought was lacking in the chapter and that is crucial to seeing a transformation is energy. We know from the Malaba-Montpellier report on energy that this is a major constraint, not only to production, but also to the transformation of food and packaging and transporting of food. So this would be an essential element in the transitioning and modernizing phase of food safety as presented in the chapter. Without being able to provide stable energy and affordable energy at all levels, we're going to struggle to achieve food safety. It's right from the household level in terms of refrigeration and storage through to the processing of foods and packaging and ensuring that we can transport foods. So while much of Africa's traditional food system relies on fairly short value chains, transformation would call for development of longer food chains, and then also these would require significant energy. And this energy could come from various sources, including solar, but it's something that we really do need to consider in the safety debate. I also wondered, much of the chapter focused on the dire need to build capacity, and this is undeniable, but I didn't see any focus on where this capacity would be developed. And that made me ponder on how many institutions in Africa are actually equipped to provide this. So particularly advanced training in food sciences to cover these critical gaps. The more people you have on board, the more focus can be given to these elements. I remember from the 2007-2008 food price crisis, there was a significant ECOWAS EU project that sought to expand reserve capacity in West Africa. And one of the key components of this was to train food safety and food science graduates in order to provide for the region. So it was a regional program to upskill and to make sure that the capacity was there. So I thought this was one critical component that should be addressed at governments, because it's a capacity development need that needs to come from recruiting and providing training in these crucial areas, because you wouldn't have a monitoring and evaluation system or internal capacity unless governments are providing for this in the education system. But thank you. It's a very welcome contribution to the discussion on food systems.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. So maybe while we are waiting for people to put up their hands, I'll give a chance to either Stephen, Geta, or Fleur to respond to some of the comments from the discussants while we are collecting questions. Whomever wanna, please just jump in. Any of the speakers. If you wanna reply, I see Getao unmuted himself. Go ahead.
Actually, I don't have anything, but thank you for Professor the comments. I think one thing that he has stressed about the governments, they don't need to reinvent the wheel, because in these sectors, the traditional stable sectors in Africa for food stable sectors, I think as you rightly said, that they are rapidly transforming. But this is the stage where they demand even more intervention than before, and because of the structural problems and the structural opportunities. Because as he said, I mean, the urban centers and the African urbans, they are growing, and the middle class somehow is increasing, and because of them, they might face a problem which is not really the one in the past. So I think there is a very critical, this is a very critical time for this type of rapidly transforming traditional established for the governments to act. So I agree with him, there is no need to reinvent the wheel, but at least there is a very strong need for interventions. So letting them, to leave them alone, as we did in the past, may not make them, successful given the structural problems we have. That's the only comment. And also I forgot to mention that we wrote this paper together with Usman Badani. So if you have any comment or something, that please.
Perfect. And I hope really that the return on investment that's mentioned by Tom, it continues as more SMEs join the existing one around either the millet value chain or other local food value chain, that the return investment is maintained or even getting bigger. Either Osman or Fleur or Stephen, if they want to jump in. And
I unmuted myself.
Go ahead. Oh.
So just to
on my screen, my dear. So just
sorry. No, just to thank Mr. Sunga for these helpful comments, and also maybe to come back to his notion that we should have gone a little bit further in the recommendations. I fully agree. We didn't maybe push it enough. We worked a lot previously at IFPRI on this project called AgriConnections, where we tried to really get farmer organizations to have a platform, a digital platform, if you will, where they could have their membership database, where they could make their connections with service providers, where they could find buyers, etc. And maybe as a side comment, so the difficulty that these organizations are having and the farmers are having to become ICT enabled was also very clear from the recent COVID crisis, right? Because we did some extra research with farmer organizations in a couple of countries, and they really indicated that they could not meet, right? Because they couldn't meet physically, they were unable to make decisions. And so they were basically paralyzed during this past crisis because they couldn't reach a quorum to base their decisions on. And so particularly as we're going through the second wave here in Europe, we see that this impetus that is there to help these organizations somehow become ICT enabled is really crucial for them to perform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fleur.
Yeah, this is Steve. I can respond.
Yes, please, Steve, okay. Go ahead.
So first, I'd like to thank Dr. Hendricks for bringing up the issue of energy, and indeed, that's really missing in our story. So it's something we'll go back and look at that as a constraint or an opportunity as part of the food safety system. On the capacity issue, we see capacity in a very broad way, and capacity not only in the sort of government institutions and regulatory apparatus, but really from in the whole system. So consumer organizations at one end, the SMEs, other enterprises, so management systems, infrastructure, these are all parts of elements of capacity in a national system. And then regionally, indeed, very important, we see great potential actually for regional centers of excellence in food safety science, hazard surveillance, the documentation and spread of sort of good regulatory delivery practice and other areas. So particularly for smaller countries and maybe in sub-regions, sort of sub-regional initiatives in some of these areas would be a great supplement to investments and support investments that will go on at national levels. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Steve. Do we have any questions from the public? Or maybe Osman, as a co-author of some of the paper, you want to jump in?
No, given that we're a little bit behind, so I'll just not make any additional comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So if we don't have any...
We have one question from Adebayo Shitu, and it's for Mr. Ismail Shonga. And it goes, please, what changes in the architecture do you consider necessary?
Mr. Shonga, would you like to reply to the question?
Yeah, let me try to reply. Again, I'll go back to my earlier remarks that we need to understand what are the factors at play that is calling for farmers to come together and address. And if these factors, say, are commercial in nature, then you need an organization that is configured to undertake commercial operations. Because commercial operations, commercial organizations have a different governance software and infrastructure than a social organization. So there are certain corporate governance arrangements that would need to be ruthlessly be pursued and be put in place, which might not necessarily speak to the democratic governance framework and software that is inherent in a socially configured. It's less, I think, thorough and structured. So sometimes you have something that was socially put together that is trying to pursue an agenda that is much more outside its purview, which is much more commercial. And I'll give this example. I've seen an association of businesses. The businesses, they create an association. As business entities, they're doing very well. But the association that represents them, that they create together, does not have the business DNA. It has the DNA of an association, and therefore they are not able to do business other than to speak. This actually is calling on what actually should be the different types of organizations be configured with, because they are addressing different things. If it's a regionally configured association, as an example, that is addressing more the trade global issue, it needs to have that capacity, strategic capacity, and that enables it to achieve that ambition. But if it is nearer to the farmers and is supposed to provide commercial services, then it has to have the commercial ethics. It needs to put the right commercial entity that actually drives that commercial ambition. Membership organizations are not configured to drive a joint commercial ambition, but they can be shareholders in that entity. If you compare cooperatives in Europe versus cooperatives in Africa, in Europe they are more like a corporate company, but with farmers being shareholders, and they don't interfere in the running of the organization. It is left to the professionals to do it. But you come and look at cooperatives in Africa, they are more about the members actually managing it and doing it, and yet may not have the competencies in many respects to actually drive a commercial ambition. So these are some of the issues that we really need to think through about whether we are really having the right structure for the right reasons.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sonda. Thank you very much. I think with this, I'm gonna bring our discussion to an end. Really, I think we had exciting presentation from eminent scientists and researchers, both the presenters as well as the discussant. We talk on issues that are crucial for Africa food system transformation. And also we identified many areas where public policy are very important, either to take a hand of a farmer or to put in place the right environment for really a true food system transformation that will serve the agenda in Africa. Mechanization, irrigation, fertilizers, seed sector. We brought an example of how to put together a value chain and how to incentivize the SMEs and provide them with the right institutions to make sure that transformation is happening. The food safety presentation was also excellent and really gave us, it's an eye-opener on the cost per se, and hence how important it is as we are moving And as we're going forward with the food system transformation to really pay attention and invest in food safety. I think as a closing, I want to really just thank very much AKADEMIYA2063 for all the hard work they are doing. It's amazing to see how the transition from a program within IFPRI to a full-fledged institution, it's happening. It's really tremendous that they are keeping up with a huge portfolio of activities and that nothing had stopped. Nobody felt any interruption as that transition was happening. Really kudos and my best congratulations to you, Osman, and to the whole team in AKADEMIYA2063. We are proud of you. What you are doing, it's very important. It's very important for the continent, but also important for the whole planet. I would like to draw the attention of all colleagues attending with us to the rich body of work that you have on COVID that is available on akademiya2063.org. And I would invite you really to go and read it. There is a wealth of information there. And thank you very much for everybody's participation. It was really a pleasure to chair this session. I've learned a lot and I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for everybody.
شكرا كثيرا لك يا أختي. Thank you very much.
Merci infiniment à tout le monde.
Merci, merci à vous. I would like to make a short announcement. For those who have not yet received the link to the symposia, I am going to share my screen and do a demo so that you can see how you can access it and make the selection. So IT team, could you please? Thank you.
Abou, on ne voit pas l'écran.
Oui, it's coming, I think.
Perfect, good.
Okay, thank you. Are you seeing it now?
Oui, absolument,
okay.
Yes.
Merci. So we have provided a link in the chat box. We are going to submit it again, and it's going to a form that is an online form that we will ask you to kindly fill in, sorry. And once you get to this part, so either Symposium 1 or Symposium 2, you will see the link of the symposium of your choice appearing. So this is the link that you should copy and then paste into your browser. So for all of those who have received and submitted the form, actually the link was generated automatically. So if I click on Symposium 1, I will get the link to Symposium 1. And if I click on Symposium 2, I will get the link to Symposium 2. And again, for the Francophone audiences, nous vous demandons de choisir laquelle de ces deux séances vous aimeriez pouvoir suivre. Et selon les votes, nous pourrons mettre à disposition l'équipe d'interprétariat pour la partie des questions et réponses. Thank you very much, Mrs. Chair.
Thank you very much, Nabu. Thank you very much, everybody, and see you tomorrow. So looking forward to see many of you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Dear participants and speakers, for logistic reasons, we are staying a little bit longer on Zoom. Happy to answer your questions. I am sharing with speakers that did not receive their links via the chat box. And yes, we remain available.
Yes, where is the link? Where can I go to get the link?
Okay, so I will share my screen again. Let me just first make sure that the team is sharing in the chat box the links to the form, and then I will guide you from there. So colleagues from organization, kindly share the link for speakers and participants to get their link.
Because you mentioned you would put it in the chat box, but I'm waiting, I cannot see anything.
It was put it earlier, so someone is going to put it again. Colleagues?
Is that the one that says EE Kotobo
Absolutely.
Toolbox? Okay.
Yes. So once you are on it,
so I'll take it to my browser.
Sure. And once it opens, hello?
Yes.
Once it opens, you just quickly go to Symposium 1 or Symposium 2. And when you click on that, there is a link that is automatically generated. Are you seeing it? It should be in lighter font.
It is asking me to register again, so I need to fill in my particulars.
Okay, so selecting
from
either
here,
one or two.
It should be okay.
Okay.
I'll be okay. I just needed to have the link, that's all.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you.
So I'm glad you had it. Sure.
Didn't work for me. I just got thank you for submitting, and then I'm in limbo.
Is it Olga?
No, this is Steve Chaffney. I just
Oh, hi, Steve.
so I just
So it's
clicked
not
on one
working
of the
for you?
symposium, and I clicked, and it said you can close your something now, but it didn't take me anywhere.
Okay, so just tell me which one you'd like to
the
attend.
first one, the UN summit.
Okay, so let me find the link and send it to you.
Just send it by email or what?
No, I'll send it via the chat.
Okay, good thing.
Did you receive it?
No, it's asking me to sign in on Microsoft.
It's asking you to sign in on Microsoft. Let me get someone from IT to help. Babaka, are you with us? I'm seeing you online.
Yes, Nabu, I'm with you. Okay, so okay, go ahead, please.
We would like to understand, once we click on the link, we are supposed to be redirected to Teams.
Exactly. Actually, you copy and paste the link to your browser. And you type enter, you will have the pop-up open to ask you to join the meeting.
Okay, and are the meetings started already?
Yes, people are already there. We had a test 2 symposium. Maybe let me share the link. Okay, who is it again for me to share it?
It's for Stephen.
I'm still getting sign in with Microsoft.
So he's getting a signing with Microsoft message when he should be entering without any.
Okay, you should not know.
Sure, Antoinette, which one would you like to attend?
Okay, so maybe Stephen, can you try another browser, please?
I'm using Chrome.
I'm also using Chrome and it's not giving me anything after I provide my details.
Yeah, it's telling me it's joined by Teams meeting, and then I click continue the browser, and it says log in with Microsoft.
Can we invite them differently?
I think you should find an easier way of getting us into this symposium than this one.
I have also Chrome. I have just copied the link and I was directed to the session.
So I think during the session, this is like the program too. So I think we're just waiting to connect to get started. Yeah. I don't see. I don't see our moderator chairperson for this session online yet. Mr. Alain Traore, I don't think he's joined us.
The first one on the UN Food Summit.
Just go ahead and moderate this one, Sitsi.
Yeah, but where is the link? I'm not getting the.
I'll be happy to do that. I want to know, but we can ask Maya to do that.
I registered, and then it says, "Thank you for participating. You can close the window now." After you finish submitting, yes.
Yeah, I got the same message.
Okay. Would you like to moderate the session, or should I go ahead and do that? I can do it, but there is an echo here. Everybody has to make yeah.
Rebecca is ahead with us.
Thank you, Usman. Can we start? But I think that the mics are open. Can you please close your mic? Okay. Welcome to everybody to this parallel symposium session. It's the second one, lessons and actions. Now, it is not good. There is a strong echo.
Hello?